persons for today. Mr. Sahodaya, BBS. Ms. Deepti Parekh, I request you to please come forward. Ms. Deepti Parekh, Ms. Candida Tabaro, Holy Cross School. Ms. Pooja Singh, also from Holy Cross School. Mr. Mohan Kumar Mishra from the Pentecostal Assembly School. Huge round of applause for our knowledgeable resource persons for today. They'll be sharing and imparting the knowledge and guidance through their topics of presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Respected Shailaja Madam, Principal of this esteemed institution, respected Mahabharata Sir, Director of this esteemed institution, resource persons, teachers. It's a wonderful morning that we are here. As Madam has said rightly that after 2 years, this type of gathering is happening. As the training requirement of CBSE, 25 in house, 25 CBSE or COE training we have to take. In house, last year we have conducted online. We don't have much resources, but still we try our best to make it happen. But this time, when we thought of how to do it, it's very difficult to have 25 online sessions. It will take month-long program. So I and Sister Kamala Paul, as well as my institution, Amit sir is there, and the institution of Holy Cross, we sat together and thought what we can do. And along with the suggestions of our president, Dr. Sahodaya, we decided that why not we make a small trust of teachers. As you know that the very structure of atom, when it splits and spreads. You are here like a small atom. And with that great energy what you will be receiving from here, you will be exploding it to your own school.
The weather is absolutely fine. So let's enjoy the session. I believe that at the end of the day, when you will go back to your house or maybe in your school, you will be very happy. And we know that one particular topic that is known as joyful learning. So let's hope that we all learn in a wonderful manner. Our Honorable President of Dr. Sahodaya, Dr. R.K. Sahodaya, he is not here, but I'm sure he has sent his best wishes to each and everyone. So thank you, sir, in absentia. But of course, I do believe that our team, everywhere we are present, everywhere we are trying to do something better. First and foremost, our Honorable Director, sir, of this venue, Dr. S.S. Mahapatra. I think all the educators of Bokaro and nearby places, or maybe in entire Jharkhand, sir is well known figure. I have worked with him for 12.5 years, and I know that how sir takes care in each and every area. So thank you, sir. Even what I am here today, most of the things I have learned from sir. So that is one thing which I can say, that just now father was telling about enlightenment of other people or other colleagues. Yes, we all have learned from sir. So we, of course, at this moment we got the opportunity to show our respect, gratitude to our Honorable Director sir, Dr. S.S. Mahapatra. Father Regisi Varghese, he is our DTC Bokaro, and Shalja ma'am has already told about him. He is a meticulous planner. He also takes care of each and everything very nicely. Anytime, any moment, we are free to talk to him, and he gives his best suggestions. So thank you, Father. Sister Kamlapal, Principal, Holy Cross, Baliti, she is our Deputy DTC. She is another person, very cool, but she also takes care of each and everything meticulously, and always she is helping us. So thank you, sister. Principal Madam, Mrs. Shailaja Jaikumar, she is our colleague. She was my colleague also in DPS Bokaro. So I know her for the last 32 years. So we are continuing as far as our journey, this particular journey in the field of education. And we started together. So when we are here in this temple of learning, Sree Ayyappa Public School, we feel very happy. And at the same time, I would also request that everybody should continue such type of journey, maybe more than 3 decades. This is wonderful journey. I have personally learned many things from ma'am, and I really show my deep respect as well as gratitude to ma'am. On behalf of entire Dr. R.K. Sahodaya fraternity, I welcome and thank all the resource persons, because you have come here, and I'm sure that your session will be definitely fruitful and everybody will learn something, and the other members, the educators, they will be definitely gaining something. It is nothing that somebody is here as a resource person. We all are educators, we all can share, but maybe they have shown the courage to share their feelings as well as knowledge with all of us. So thank you all the resource persons of today. Thank you all the participants, educators, and of course their respective principals. because they have allowed you all to come in this particular session, and you will be definitely learning many things in today's session. And when you will go back, as ma'am has said, Mother has also said, that you can definitely discuss with your colleagues. So with all this, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the venue director, venue ma'am, principal ma'am, and all the teachers, support staff, members, everyone for providing this wonderful platform here. This venue is really good, and we all can sit here for maybe 5 hours or 6 hours, I think, without any problem. So enjoy the session, wish you all the best, and thank you, one and all.
Designated post in Radha Krishna Sahodaya and all my esteemed teachers of different schools of today's congregation. My topic is teacher as stakeholder in inclusion. Why the inclusion word is now increasing day by day? My point is because before starting, I want to give a brief history about the disability and how inclusion happened. First, if we go to our scripts, ancient Indian scripts, there was one saint called Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra means a person who has 8 folds in his body. Imagine one person who has 8 folds, 8 curves in his body, how he looks. Typical. When he was in mother's womb, he was arguing with the father about shastras, and father became angry and caused him to become, your body becomes folded 8 times. And that person came to the courtyard of the king Janak. Everybody looked at his body structure. He raised one question, that is, I think it is the courtyard of collegials, but what I have seen, this is the courtyard of leather workers. चमड़े की काम करते हैं, चर्मकार्स. Nobody is identifying the inner quality, everybody is looking at the outer part. Second example is, it is not about informing some of the things, but it is to the context, the person I have said this one, about the Supreme Court's one of the case, that is Babri Masjid Ram Temple. One of the witness taken, the very popular witness, and who has given victory of this case to the Ram Temple side is a blind person, Ram Bhadrachari. Supreme Court's panel listened him very carefully. He has quoted many of the scripts and given the strong example evidence of that the temple was there, and the court was satisfied by them. Almost this judgment was majoritarily dependent on him. Third one is Mahamandalacharya Lakshmi Narayana Tripathi. She was a transgender, convent educated, and very popular to the upliftment of transgenders. Another transgender person in Bhubaneswar I know, who is a professor of XIMB, Meera Tripathi, Meera Appa, sister in Odia they call as Appa. She often is politically very active with the present political party of Odisha, BJD, and often visits to give her lectures in abroad. She was a guest faculty of XIMB. So these are the differently abled or this kind of persons who have established themselves. The Bible era when it starts from England, before that, if these kind of children were born, they were dipped into the water. After the Bible came, it preaches about the mercy. So they believed, they thought about to keep themselves.
but in the segregation separately, outwards from the locality. They have the basic arrangements of food, clothing, shelter, medication, but they will stay away from the locality. Then the democracy came to the world, United Nations came into existence. There is a declaration of the United Nations called UNCRPD, United Nations Declaration for Human Rights. There is a chapter of disability in that. It advised all the democratic countries to do something for these people, and all the democratic countries, including India, accepted that one. It came from that one, inclusion. The brief history of inclusion. And in our country, PWD Act 2019, RPWD Act 2016, it has given a landmark to this one, inclusion. So this is the brief history about the disability and all these things. Now let's start with our presentation.
इसे थोड़ा ऊपर उठाओ, ऊपर उठाओ। इसके ऊपर स्टैंड ऊपर नहीं उठाओ, ठीक है?
Definition. Inclusion is more than a set of strategies or practice. It is an educational orientation that embraces differences and values that uniqueness that each learner brings to the classroom. Uniqueness. There are socially underprivileged, socially uplifted students, physically underprivileged students, physically normal students, below average students, average students, normal students. So there is a heterogeneous group in the class. Combining that and bring the development of all is called as important terminology. Before going to the PowerPoint presentation, there are some terminologies. Please go through this. Inclusive education. A system of education which advocates that a child should study together in the neighborhood schools irrespective of abilities and disabilities, economic and social conditions, family background, etc. Previously, I was working for one of the NGO. At that time, schools are not taking this kind of students. I was joining one of the webinar by NCPCR, National Council for Protection of Child Rights. At that time, the chairperson was now also his Mr. Mayank Kajimu. I have written one message over there. Schools are not taking this kind of students. What to do? He told that personally, you give the information to me, I will take action against them. Disability, according to WHO, it is the complex phenomenon reflecting on the interaction between the features of person's body and features of society in which or he lives. One feature society demands, but genetically or hereditary factor or environmental factor, they have separate feature. The combination is not matching. So the difference comes over there. Special education needs. The individual requirement for education of a child with disadvantaged background or mental, emotional or physical disability. These children may require social attention and may have specific needs that other children may not have. Mainstream class. In the the context of education, mainstream is a practice of education through which the child leads to regular classes during this specific time period based on their skills. Autism spectrum disorder, ASD. These child are commonly found in general schools. We'll discuss more about this today. Every school, most of the schools are getting one or two kind of or borderline autism spectrum disorder children. What is this? The cause is unknown. Why it happens? The cause is unknown. So the remedial part is also, the prevention is also unknown till now. There is no prevention to this problem. And it is not a good thing that it is increasing worldwide. This problem is increasing worldwide. This is a neurodevelopmental disorder or progressive disorder. Progressive disorder. Delay in speech and repetitive behavior. These child have a common phenomenon of repetitive behavior. Any word, any body language they repeat again and again. Somebody beats the head, they beat again and again that one. Repetitive behavior is quite common in autism spectrum disorder. They do not accept small change. Even if change in the dress, mummy mere ko yahi pehna hai, they don't say, but they show their irritation on that day. Slight change also into the comb. They are combing their hair. That is also that should be also the same. There is a chronological rule of development. There is a queen babbling stage. Mama, Dada, Baba, बच्चा करने लगता है. These stages were delayed of the children. 10 months, child will stand independently. Development delay, milestone delay, we call that. The child often seen as lack of eye contact. इनका eye contact नहीं रहती. They look. A social party is going on, birthday party of friends of same age. That child is not in that party. He is somewhere else or she is somewhere else in his own world. That is the typical characteristic of autism. Not looking at all. They don't look directly to you at all. Speech delay. Then cognitive delay. Cognitive means thinking ability. The delay in thinking ability. The delay in executive function. There is an executive function of the brain. What is executive function? You can compare it with airport. There is a traffic signal system of airport. There are hundreds of airplanes at a time. They come to the airport. They take over, but they don't have clash. Our brain also have information system like that. Each child will face problems, even if the cognitive disabilities like learning disability also face problem in this. What are the parts that we can minimize these symptoms? I am using the word minimize, not cure. Recently I went to one of the, there is a congregation of parents of a speech therapist. Parents normally ask me one question, ये बच्चे ठीक हो जाएंगे सर, ठीक होंगे कि नहीं? I told, we can minimize the symptoms up to maximum, but it will not be cured. क्योंकि उस स्पीच थेरेपिस्ट को अपना दुकान चलाना था, वो मेरे को बुरा मत दे। वो he giving assurance that this child will be absolutely normal like normal child in one day. But this is the truth. How can we modify? Behavioral modification. There is a therapy, ABA therapy, applied behavior analysis. The desired behavior we are expecting from the child that should be taught. It is called as applied behavior analysis. Then there are certain cognitive therapies. Different kind of pulses are there. उनको separate करने हम बोलते हैं. मूंग का दाल को अलग करो, चने की दाल को अलग करो, चना अलग करो, like that. Then the problem happens, there is a neuroplasticity of the brain. It develops with the age. पर इन बच्चों का वो न्यूरोप्लास्टिसिटी एज अकॉर्डिंगली डेवलप होती नहीं है. Many people fear to go to a special educator or developmental pediatrician or a counselor because they fear of judgment. There is a term in psychology called as fear of judgment. आपका you think that you have high level of blood sugar. आपने मॉर्निंग में ब्लड दिया. When you go in the evening to collect the report, you have an unknown fear inside you. That is called as fear of judgment. So normally to go to a counselor, go to a special educator, go to a developmental pediatrician also, the parents or people fear that contact लग जाएगा, disability को बोल देंगे, things like that. So the early intervention is delayed in this context. And next one is Down syndrome. Down syndrome is a congenital disorder arising from the trisomy. What is trisomy? There are two photocopies of your chromosome. दो होना चाहिए, 15 हो जाती है. 21 number chromosome is problematic. They have a Mongolian figure, बड़े चेहरे, छोटा कद, पहचानने का तरीका, छोटे छोटे बाल, हेयर बहुत ज़्यादा ग्रोथ नहीं होती है हेयर में. And they have also delayed cognitive development and certain times there is a condition called multiple disability. एक दो तीन disability एक साथ रहते हैं. This is the definition of RPWD Act 2016 of disability. Persons with benchmark disability. I am now using the legal languages. Benchmark disability, more than 40%. Benchmark disability, any disability, 21 disability. There are physical disability, there are cognitive disability, there are blood-related disorders, there are acid attack victims, blood-related disorders like sickle cell anemia, thalassemia, etc. These also are now comes under disability category. There is a categorization. Mild is just 40% or less than 40%. Moderate is 40% to 75%. Severe is 75% to 100%. And profound is 100% full. Now I will talk about ADHD. This problem is increasing day by day. After COVID, you are facing, most of the teachers are dealing with this. ADHD is of two kinds. One is acquired from the environment, one is genetic. It comes. If somebody has a family history of ADHD, there may chance that child was susceptible to ADHD. Attention deficit hyper. There are two kinds of attention problems. One is ADD, ADHD. 2016 RPWD Act physical disabilities for inclusion school has a ramp होना चाहिए स्कूल में. Wheelchair facility should be there. For physical disabilities, intellectual disabilities, autism spectrum disorder, learning disorder, and mental retardation. These three are called as intellectual disabilities. Then mental behavior. What is that? Prolonged mental illness like schizophrenia. schizophrenia and OCD, those also comes under disability. Schizophrenia हमेशा डाउट रहता है, ये मेरे को मार देगा, मेरे गले में सांप है, स्नेक, मेरे ड्रायर हमेशा कोई खोलता है, मेरे पीछे सब लगे हुए हैं, this kind of, and these kind of disabilities जिनको ये प्रॉब्लम होती है, they are little bit more prone to suicide than others. They cannot tolerate, there is sound out from outside, कोई मेरे को बोल रहा है, client comes to me and say, sir बहुत आवाज आती है, बोलता है वो तो मर जाओ, और I committed to cut my body. The sound is so predominant. Then multiple disabilities including deaf and blindness. Inclusive education में क्या करेंगे टीचर्स, deaf बच्चे? There is two kind of deafness, one is mild, one is severe. Severe में sign language, there should be a sign language expert, the child should be sent. And blindness, mild moderate blindness, the teacher can also teach front bench में बैठाएंगे, likely to sit the child in the front bench. And the auditory system should be used more, लिखने वाला काम कम. Unfortunately, our exam system is in India is not like that, but in abroad foreign countries like US and Finland, they have oral exams for these children. Here, the stakeholders are the key parts of inclusion. Who are the stakeholders? Parents, society, school. 3. Triology. What a general teacher can do, these things he or she can do. Pre-post educational plan for the children identifying the special needs. Special educator cannot do anything without the help of a subject teacher or general teacher. Especially the special educator has worked on primary वही बहुत ज़्यादा काम रहता है उसका. Identify each student's needs and disabilities. There are assessments. जैसे आया है CBSE का DALI, DALI, DALI assessment. It is made by teachers only. Prepare IEP. What is this IEP? This is a concept of special education. We take the child, assess the child, identify strong points, weak points, and take a short target to achieve the desired behavior or desired result. That procedure is called as IEP, Individualized Education Plan. Regularly monitoring the IEP program. Identify and use appropriate teaching learning techniques. Maintain records of students' progress. Provide information to special teacher regarding curriculum. Take active role and deliver the instructions. Promote cooperative and collaborative learning in class. Peer tutoring. Peer tutoring is one of the effective part in special education. The दोस्त पढ़ाते हैं बच्चे ज़्यादा समझते हैं. It is beneficial for both that child also who teaches or that child who receives. Collaborative teaching. There should be a team of teachers. Those will assist. Make sure that participation of parents in the educational program, very important. I have seen from my experience that those who have an autistic child, the mother become expert in that. They are special educators, they become. And Autism Society of India also provides training for them with prior basis.
Kendriya Vidyalaya, Hyderabad, where I got the training of special education, I have seen one of the class 9 child sitting in the exam, borderline autism spectrum disorder, and mother was permitted by CBSE to sit outside in the class 9 student. Promote positive relationship among students. Teachers should be sensitive with the different disabilities, especially autism spectrum disorder and learning related problems. Dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, dyslexia, reading disability, dysgraphia, writing disability, language, dyscalculia, mathematics disability. 6 को 9 बोलेगा, 9 को 6 बोलेगा, B को D बोलेगा, D को B बोलेगा, cat को tech बोलेगा, tech को K. Then another one is dyspraxia. They have poor eye-hand coordination. इधर-उधर टकराते रहते हैं वो बच्चे. Playground में पता चला हर दिन वो every time they fall down, some injury. Dyspraxia. They have poor eye-hand coordination. The inclusion should be 50-50 or 40-40. एक दो रखिए. It should not be called the inclusion. To sensitize the parents and other than CWSN children to accept the inclusion, and they are lucky enough to be part of the great equality. For this inclusion, preparedness training should be held, which will be conducted by resource person. Because in mental retardation, the problem is they don't know when to keep quiet and when to say. Social appropriate, society appropriate behavior, what to show, what to hide, so that while these children got adolescence, a great problem comes. To teach them these things. Locomotor disability. Visual impairment. That previous one is what I have seen the slides. These are the management parts of the general teacher. A general teacher cannot be very specific about management. They can do the general things only with the help of a special educator, because the general teacher cannot go deep to the ABA therapy, applied behavior therapy वो कर नहीं सकते. Multisensory integration they cannot do. Basic things they can do. And what we are taking is the students, normally the student category is borderline and mild. Moderate and profound normally they cannot be managed in general schools. Because if the child is of severe profound or mental retardation, he cannot stand also. Learning disability, autism spectrum, learning disabilities are commonly found in schools. Very common. It is called as a hidden disability because ऐसे कुछ reflection उसका चेहरे में like or autism spectrum disorder or Down syndrome, nothing comes. Intellectual disability, but it comes under intellectual disability, and mental retardation. 3% reservation is there for these disabilities in government jobs. They have a railway free journey with the attendant, airplane if they are certified by the district authority, and district authority including district hospitals, orthopedist, psychiatrist, child specialist, and one RCI registered psychologist. Not all psychologists can assess the problem, only RCI registered MPhil psychology can do this assessment of disability. He or she is the perfect person to assess these people. Disability certification also. See, by using these techniques, that you think that 100% that child will be normal and sit in common setting of school, it is impossible. Somehow you are managed to let them sit. Okay. Because I told these conditions are lifelong and that those cannot be cured. It is the method of design of learning. It is the method to give the appropriate thing
Because normally those who are weak in studies and learning disabled, we give them the technical training after 10th or 12th, which they are good. They must be good in something, some work. We don't expect very much high achievement from those child. And it is the responsibility of the society and school to let them train something for employment. Different techniques should be applied on different kinds of learners. Audio, kinesthetic, visual, tactile is touch. When our brain will not receive from two senses, that is hearing and looking, we use more two senses, three senses, that is touch and movement, kinesthetic. Chris Bernal, famous psychologist, he has given this technique. पहले बच्चों को सेंट में लिखा हो, सेंट paper, then come to the normal paper. It is applicable to common child also, and it works a lot with the disabled. Go from concrete to abstract. Plate, this is a plate, it is round physically. Plate, this is a plate, that plate is round, is abstract. Concrete, semi-concrete, abstract. Slowly progress. हड़बड़ी नहीं है इन बच्चों में बिल्कुल. Different apps are there. Autism बच्चे काफी अच्छा करते हैं. They are quite savvy, computer savvy, and a lot of apps are available now to teach. Methods like peer tutoring, these are, as I told, these are very effective. Knowledge of different problem behaviors of disabilities, as I told, when these children, disabled children, got adolescence, there is a problem. We have to teach them how to deal with the society and all these things. That is called as problem behavior. Anger tantrums, temper tantrums, they open the mood swings. We have to teach them. And sometimes with the help of medication, we take the help of medications also, like ADHD and these problems. Especially these autistic child, then how to manage their problem behavior. CP children are normally good in dance and performing arts. Autistics are good in cognitive skills to help. So help of computer is needed. Talking about self-esteem part, these child often have poor self-esteem because they are often bullied by their friends. One of the child is there. She is in the higher classes. She has little bit learning disability kind of problem. She doesn't know what distance she has to make. She comes quite close. So normally the teachers feels awkward. But knowingly she is not doing that. She has thought that the distance should be maintained while talking. These are the problem behaviors. There is a need to organize special classes in the school for disabled children according to their needs. All the disabled may not acquire the same kind of special teaching. So we prepare IEP, individualized education plan, and the related children has to give the opportunity their own pace to develop. So this slide talking about special equipments like brails, apps, all this to help.
So, I have a device with the assessment pattern what we are having. We are doing the same assessment pattern with them also. When softwares are available, why can't we suppose their assessment in software? You can touch and do the answer. Now they are forced to take any particular help or assistance of somebody else. That also, if they are not able to speak, that also not able to. They are not able to talk to somebody, but they can work with the computer. They can answer through this multiple choice question. Why not? This is not taking anything. They are doing about intuition. They want us to make them to sit in the class and learn. But when they come to class, no such type of vision. Even they have done with the
basic math and added math. Look into the question paper. No difference. Why they have done? They go through. Categorizing two levels. You want to give a basic math, you should have that pattern so that they can be passed. They are confident because the level of that is much higher than what they expect. We can whether we can put effort to CBSE regard to the change of assessment pattern for they are telling for inclusion. We are ready to have a course, but the problem that we are probably blind. We don't know where to go. We have students like that. They are in the classroom, but they are shop on the water. So this you have can play a role in assessment.
Yes, sir, I am very much agree with you. There should be a separate assessment for this one. And the cities should take care if we write or take the grievance to them also. I think that work has already started. It's the beginning of the work. Later on, many things will happen. And a nice video is there. How inclusion happens in Delhi. She was the first disability commissioner of government of Delhi. So watch this and you will get a lot of knowledge.
सबसे पहले तो हम घर पे बच्चे को पूरी तरह सिखाते हैं और दूसरा वो इतना ही है कि कृष्णकांत और साई प्रसाद के माँ बाप ने जोर दिया, इंसिस्ट किया कि वो रेगुलर स्कूल में पढ़े, यानी सामान्य स्कूल में पढ़े। और इन दो चीज़ों से मुझे लगता है कि उनकी ज़िंदगी में खास है। लेकिन कितने ऐसे स्कूल हैं जो विकलांग बच्चों का एडमिशन देते हैं? आइए
मोहम्मद कैफ पढ़ना चाहता है मगर उसके इलाके के स्कूल में मोहम्मद के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि वो सुन बोल नहीं सकता।
गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में देखिए नाम बता हमारे बच्चे का तुम्हारे स्कूल में कर हुआ नहीं ऐसे बच्चा को नहीं लगा देते नाम है ये साल में कुछ सिखा देते हैं ऐसे टीचर भी नहीं हर साल में नहीं लगा देते हैं वापस दिमाग में सब बच्चा सरकार चाहिए इसका जाने की बहुत शौक है इससे सब बच्चा करना मैं भी जाती हूँ बड़ी साल हो जाती हूँ
निर्मला और उसके भाई करियप्पा की कहानी और भी दुखद है। करियप्पा को किसी भी स्कूल में दाखिला नहीं मिल रहा। माँ बाप दोनों काम पे जाते हैं और करियप्पा की देखभाल करने निर्मला घर पे रहती है।
दोनों बच्चे पढ़ाई नहीं कर सकते इसलिए हमको बहुत दुख होता है।
बहुत मन करता है ये स्कूल जा पाएगा तो मैं स्कूल जा पाऊंगी। कहीं हमको ये ना लगे कि ये सिर्फ गांव खेलों की दुर्दशा है, राजधानी दिल्ली में भी यही हाल है।
डिप्टी डायरेक्टर एजुकेशन से लेकर डायरेक्टर एजुकेशन, एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर, चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिल्ली, होम मिनिस्ट्री में भी लेटर लिखा, कहीं से कुछ कोई सुने कि इस बच्चे का एडमिशन हो और दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट कहती है लड्डू फ्री एजुकेशन है तो कागजों में सब कुछ
80 से 85 के कई स्कूल्स का मैंने अटेंड किया पूरे दिल्ली और नोएडा ये सारे स्कूल्स हैं और गाजियाबाद में। तो उन्होंने बोला कि आपके बच्चे के लिए हमारा स्कूल एडमिशन नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि हम ब्लाइंड बच्चों को नहीं देते।
मेरा बेटा चल नहीं सकता है तो अच्छे स्कूलों में जहाँ जाना चाह रहे थे उसको भेजना, वहाँ पे रिफ्यूज़ कर दिया। फिर हमने होम स्कूलिंग शुरू कर दी। बच्चे के ऑलराउंड डेवलपमेंट के लिए स्कूल करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, ऑब्वियसली फ़र्क पड़ता है। शिक्षा की रोशनी से वंचित ये बच्चे क्या उज्जवल भविष्य के ख्वाब देख सकते हैं?
दोस्तों सर्व शिक्षा अभियान और राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट ये कहता है कि हर बच्चे, चाहे वो विकलांग हो या न हो, हर बच्चे को एक रेगुलर स्कूल में शिक्षा पाने का पूरा अधिकार। तो फिर विकलांग बच्चे क्यों इस हद से नहीं? बहुत कम ऐसे रेगुलर स्कूल हैं जो विकलांग बच्चों को एडमिशन देते हैं और इस वजह से ज्यादातर विकलांग बच्चे अनपढ़ रह जाते हैं। आज हमारे साथ ऑडियंस में बहुत सारे स्कूल्स के टीचर्स, प्रिंसिपल्स और ट्रस्टीज मौजूद हैं। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों विकलांग बच्चों को रेगुलर स्कूल और कॉलेज में आमतौर पर एडमिशन नहीं मिलती? क्या बात है?
हमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन काफ़ी पेरेंट्स जो हैं वो कहते हैं अगर आपके स्कूल में ऐसे बच्चे आते हैं तो हमें अपने बच्चे नहीं भेजते हैं।
अच्छा, तो ऐसे पेरेंट्स की वजह से आमतौर पर आपका कहना है कि बहुत सारे स्कूल्स विकलांग बच्चों को एडमिशन नहीं देते? जी,
रेखा जी ने कहा जैसे कि कई पेरेंट्स भेजना नहीं चाहते हैं बच्चों को, मानसिकता विकलांग वाले लोग तो सुधर नहीं पा रहे, तो मानसिकता की जो विकलांगता है पहले उसको निकालना है और पेरेंट्स को कहना कि ठीक है, अगर आपको लगता है कि आपका बच्चा स्कूल के लायक नहीं है, हम कहते हैं कि आप हमारे स्कूल के लायक नहीं है।
जी बिल्कुल सही कहा। ये बहुत ही अहम बात कही है मैडम। देखिए, जब हम विकलांग बच्चों को सामान्य स्कूल में एडमिशन नहीं देते तो दो चीज़ होती है। एक तो ये कि विकलांग बच्चों के साथ नाइंसाफी होती है, उनको बराबरी का मौका नहीं मिलता, और दूसरा जो बच्चे विकलांग नहीं हैं उनके साथ भी नाइंसाफी होती है, उनसे आप ये मौका छीन रहे हैं विकलांग बच्चों के साथ पढ़ने का, खेलने का, उनकी तरफ सेंसिटिव होने का, उनसे सीखने और एक दूसरे का हाथ थाम के आगे बढ़ने। और विकलांग बच्चों को आम बच्चों के साथ शिक्षा देना कहीं इतना मुश्किल। आइए देखते हैं। दिल्ली का अमर ज्योति स्कूल, इस स्कूल में विकलांग और साधारण बच्चे एक साथ मिलकर पढ़ते हैं। कैसे मुमकिन हुआ? अपनी आंखों से ये निराला मंजर देखकर मैं पहुंचा अमर ज्योति स्कूल। मैंने पूरे स्कूल का दौरा किया। स्कूल में हर जगह रैंप है ताकि व्हील चेयर और ब्रचेस पर बच्चे आसानी से आ जा सकें। दरवाजे चौड़े और सीढ़ियां पानी में छोटी रखी गई। फर्श पर ऐसी टाइल लगाई गई है जिससे दृष्टिबाधित बच्चे खुद अपना रास्ता पहचान सकें। यहाँ पे स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स हैं जो विकलांग बच्चों को सिखाने के लिए खास तौर पर ट्रेन किए गए हैं। स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग विकलांग बच्चों को साधारण बच्चों के बराबर मिलती है। इन छोटी छोटी तब्दीलियों से जो बड़ा बदलाव आया वो इन सैकड़ों मुस्कुराते चेहरों में साफ छापा। पढ़ाई के अलावा क्रिकेट, कराटे, तीरंदाजी, बास्केटबॉल, हर एक्टिविटी में सभी बच्चे मिलजुल कर हिस्सा लेते हैं। सिर्फ बच्चे ही नहीं बल्कि सभी बच्चों के पेरेंट्स भी खुश हैं कि विकलांग बच्चे और साधारण बच्चे एक साथ मिलकर पढ़ रहे हैं। पढ़ाई लिखाई, खेल कूद, मस्ती मजाक सब कुछ किसी भी आम स्कूल जैसा है। बस एक फर्क है जो इस स्कूल को खास बनाता है। इस स्कूल के दरवाजे बिना किसी भेदभाव सभी बच्चों को हमेशा दोस्तों, इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं अमर ज्योति स्कूल की चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर उमा तुली, जिन्होंने ये स्कूल शुरू भी किया था, और उनके साथ मौजूद हैं सीमा तुली जो इस वक्त स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल। उमा जी, मुझे बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से स्कूल चला रही हैं?
जो 30
साल हो गए। तो 30 सालों में आपको क्या लगा कितना मुश्किल है एक इंक्लूसिव स्कूल चलाना? कितना मुश्किल?
इनिशियली जब पेड़ के नीचे हमने 30 बच्चों के साथ शुरू किया, 15 विद डिसेबिलिटी एंड 15 विदाउट डिसेबिलिटी, तो लोग कहते थे मैडम पागल है, ये एक साथ कैसे पढ़ा सकती है बच्चों। आज तो वो नेशनल पॉलिसी है, डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट में है, UNCRPD में है, जो हम लोगों ने ये शुरुआत की थी उसमें थोड़ी मुश्किलें ज़रूर आई, पर हर मुश्किल जो है वो आसान हो जाती है अगर दृढ़ निश्चय कर लिया जाए।
बिल्कुल। शिवानी ने बताया कि जिन स्कूल्स को इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन शुरू करना है, क्या आप उनकी मदद कर सकते हैं?
जी, अमर ज्योति का सौभाग्य होगा कि अगर हम भारत के हर एक शहर, हर एक गाँव में ऐसा एक मॉड्यूल रेप्लिकेट कर सकें और हम उन सब इंडिविजुअल्स को, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, स्कूल्स को इन्वाइट करेंगे कि आप आइए हमारे पास, कुछ हमसे सीखिए, कुछ हमें सिखाइए और इस चीज़ को पोस्टपोन ना करें। अगर आप इंक्लूजन करना चाहते हैं तो वो स्टेप लीजिए और आइए।
जी, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। I think we just have to decide. Nothing is impossible. कोई चीज नामुमकिन नहीं होती, सिर्फ हमारे फैसला करने की देर है। दोस्तों, ये तो भी शिक्षा की बात है, पर आप
there is one of the prescription with me. This is a prescription from Neem Hans manual to a child. What the developmental politician or the psychologist had written, I am reading that. I am not taking the name. Has been evaluated, child X has been evaluated in the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry of Nehans. He has features of suggestive of inattentive subtype of ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder in bracket. He will benefit from special attention from the teachers in the class, such as sitting in front row, frequent breaks in the class or oral examinations, calling in between the class and involving in various responsibilities. He also has difficulty in writing and identifying the letters, possibility of learning disability, dyslexia. He may be encouraged to verbally answer the questions and spelling mistakes can be ignored and be gradually encouraged to write more. Kindly consider and accommodate him in your school, which will benefit his bright future. Tony Laser Thomas, Developmental Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Senior Resident.
आगे पीछे जैसे भी करना करिए,
Hello
काटेंगे
everyone,
हम।
good morning
Don't worry for that.
and welcome to one and all present here. I'm Dipti Parekh from Chinmaya Vidyalaya. I'm so grateful that I have got this opportunity to give training to the teachers from different schools. I'm thankful to the school management and DTC and Deputy DTC. Thank you Father, thank you Shailaja ma'am and thank you Sister Kamla for it. My topic is gamification in learning. How many of you love to play games? This is the first question. I want the hands to be raised. How many of you love to play games? May I know why? Why do you love to play games? Have you played kabaddi in your school time? Kho-kho? Cricket? Football? And now, do you play Candy Crush? Do you play Pikachu, Pokemon games, Minecraft, Super Mario? So we all are fond of playing games. So let us start from the kindergarten. How does education start? It starts in the kindergarten school when the children they first enter the school and they start their education with playing games. Slowly they turn to age 6. And then something happens. They are asked to sit in the rows, in the benches, and still we call it an effective education. After that, when they turn to 18, they are sent to universities, where there are 150 students in a row. And then we call it effective education. Is it seriously effective? Now, how do you learn to ride a bike? Do you learn it by reading about? We learn when we ourselves do it. We fall, we get up again. We fall and we get up again. So this is how the learning in a child's life continues. So let's play a game. I will request everyone, you all have a folder, there is a letter pad, writing pad, please make a 3 by 3 grid in your writing pad, where I will be reading 15 words, but you are asked to write only 9 words. 3 by 3 grid, and you will be writing only 9 words. I will say 15 words, but you will write only 9 words. And if you are not comfortable in making the grid, you can write the number 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9. That's also okay. Should I start with the words? The first word is, it's your choice. If you want to write it, or just choose 9 out of 15. The first word is hepatology. Hepatology. If you want to write it, write, otherwise you can skip. Next word is battered. 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 Third, lenient. LENIENT. You can skip or you can write. Fourth word is podium. PODIUM. If you are able to see the screen, you can see from there, and also you can write only 9 words. Fifth word is astronomer. Choose any 9 please. Astronomer. Next is segregate. The 7th word is parched. 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 8th word is famished. 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 Next, lethargic. LETHARGIC. Next, ophthalmology. OPTHALMOLOGY. Only 9 words, teachers. Only 9. 11th word is quotient. 12th word is tyro. Next, gleaming. GLEAMING. 14th word is octopus. And the last word is dividend. So I'll give you 1 more minute to complete writing. Only 9 words you are requested to write. Only 9. So I hope most of you have written. Now, I will be saying the definition. If the word is there in your grid, please cross it. And the person who will be able to strike it off all the 9 words will shout bingo. So starting. Not strict. What do we call a person who is not strict? Lenient. So those who have written lenient, please strike it off. Next, the number which is divided. Can you tell me what's that? Dividend, right? If you have written it, please write it off. Third is a place from where lectures are given. Podium. If you have written, please write it off. Next, it has 8 arms. Octopus. If you have written, please write it off. Next, student of the star and other heavenly bodies. Student of the star and other heavenly bodies. Astronomer. Please strike it off if you have written. Next, to separate from the herd. Segregate. If it's there, please cut it off. A beginner. Who is a beginner? Tyro. If you have written, please cut it. Very hot and dry. What's that? Parched. Strike it off if you have written it. Very shiny. Gleaming. That's correct. Study of liver. Hepatology, right? Anybody? Bingo. Okay, next. Very hurt. Somebody in pain, very hurt. Battered. If you have written it, please strike it off. Next. Bingo. Please come here. I would like to see the teachers who said bingo. Please. You're welcome. Battered, astronomer, famished, lenient, secretariat, tyro, podium, march, gleam. Very good, very good. Please, I request everybody to give a round of applause. Yes, one more ma'am. Please, what's your name? Hari Om everyone. I am Priya Rajiv from Chinmaya Vidyalaya. So I have the badges for the winners. So this is the starting of gamification in learning, the encouragement we give to our students in our classroom. So I will be very happy to give them this help. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you everyone for participating in the first activity for the starting of the session. Now next is, what is gamification? It is the application of game element. It was coined by Nick Pelling, who is a British computer programmer and inventor. And gamification in learning, it means to apply the game design elements to an educational setting. Why do we apply game elements? We apply game elements so that the students, they have fun learning. They remain engaged throughout the classroom. Nobody will like a very boring teacher who comes in the class and just start giving them lectures or just start their work. Everybody is happy with the teacher who is creative, who is active throughout the section, throughout the class, and make the students learn by doing, learn by playing. So I hope you will also love that kind of teacher, that kind of a person who will keep you completely engaged and make your learning a fun. So the point of gamification is to inspire the students to get engaged in games and learning. The goal of gamification is maximize enjoyment and engagement by capturing the interest and inspire the students to continue their learning. But how does it work? It has only 3 parts. The first part is gamification, the second part is brain, and the third part is the result. So when we play games in the mobile, let us take the example of Candy Crush or Solitaire or Pokemon, whatever, we get incentives. The chocolate ball, the striper candy. I'm talking about Candy Crush because this is the only game which I play sometimes when I feel bored. So you get incentives and you get excited. You want to go on to the next level, then to the next, and then when you discuss with your friends in the school, you just want to go to the another next level, the higher levels. So this happens with the students also. Their concentration span works like tick, 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 and it continues. Whenever there is a pause, they start feeling bored. They say in their home also, "Mummy, bore lag raha hai." And they don't know the meaning of this word bored, but they feel bored because they are not engaged. In the classroom also, after this pandemic, we have seen the students have become restless. To keep them engaged throughout the classroom, we need to instill some activities so that they have fun learning and they enjoy and they learn as well. So in gamification, what happens? We have 4 things. First is earning points. Second is receiving rewards. Third is overcoming the challenges. And the fourth one is unlocking the new levels. What happens with all these things? Our brain gets excited. When the brain gets excited, it results in release of dopamine. It helps the situation of feeling good. Motivate the children, and then they start chasing after the next reward, and the next reward. And when they receive the reward, there is a win-win situation. Next is the benefits of gamification in learning. The benefits is, first is fun and engaging game. Like we started this session with an activity. Many of you enjoyed, and those who could not receive the reward want to receive the reward, no? So I have one more activity. So this excitement of getting more and more rewards or points and seeing the students love to see their name on the top in the board. So they would love to learn if you keep your students engaged. Second one is, it improves critical thinking. When the students are giving challenges, the challenges are thrown in front of them, it helps to develop their critical thinking. And there happens connective learning. When the students, they learn to play games in a team, they develop a social connection among each other. They learn what is winning and what is failure. Because every time one student cannot win, there can be some chances to fail sometimes. And then now we have to play the important role to make them understand that failure is also the part of the life. It is not always that you keep on winning and winning. So games helps to instill in them the connective learning attitude and the situation they should face in life when they grow. Next is, recall is connected by the hippocampus. Hippocampus is the part of the brain that controls the amount of information we recall and remember. And gamification stimulates the hippocampal memory, which helps promote the storage of new information. Then stories are easier for the brain to process than facts. We remember the bedtime stories which our grandparents used to say. In most of the houses that concept is almost gone. But in the classroom, if we teach the topic through the help of stories, that will be giving a better retention in their life for a long time. They will try to understand what is good or bad with the help of these stories. They will learn to understand what is failure and what is victory through these stories only. And many more things they start learning with the help of stories if the stories are effectively taught in the classroom. Game playing improves endorphin release. What is endorphin? Endorphins are the natural painkillers which improves relaxation, calm and focus. They are produced naturally when we play games. Our brain gets excited and then endorphin is released. Playing games keep your brain healthy. As I said, dopamine, it is a neurotransmitter which is linked with the learning and memory, which is released from the hippocampus, which helps maintain focus and task. So more the students they play game, more their brain remains healthy and more they learn. And then we are able to give the real-time feedback to the students when they are engaged in learning while playing games in the classroom. There are two kinds of motivation through which we can make the students keep on learning. First is intrinsic motivation and the second one is extrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation is the motivation which comes from outside sources like the teachers or the coaches. But intrinsic motivation, it comes from inside. When the student is intrinsically motivated, the students start learning on his or her own. Take an example, you ask your child to do a homework. He or she feels boring. You ask your child to read a book. He or she may feel boring. But you ask your child to play game, they may skip their lunch, they may skip their breakfast, or they may skip their good night sleep as well, because they are engaged in playing the games. So that is why this intrinsic motivation, it comes when the students, they themselves want to learn, and how? When we engage them in a very fruitful manner. So I'll be showing you a video, just a minute.
If you're in the world of education, you've probably heard of the idea of productive struggle by now. This idea that making things harder on your students can actually be a good thing. It sounds a bit counterintuitive at first, but there's been a growing body of research that shows that getting kids to the point of productive struggle is actually one of the keys to achieving deeper learning. It makes a lot of sense when you think about your brain like a muscle. You know that to build muscle requires pushing your body to its edge, engaging it in a state of effortful exertion. This is the point at which new muscles grow. Productive struggle in learning is a lot like this, where to achieve deeper levels of learning requires pushing your brain to its edge. But getting a whole class of students to engage at this level of thinking is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. So what do? Well, let's take some lessons from a medium that's really good at consistently engaging kids to a point of productive struggle. The medium we're going to look at is games. Well-designed games have a unique quality that engages kids in effortful thinking while they're solving a problem. Not all games do this, as many can merely be a routine task with a game layer slapped on top. But for the ones that are designed well, it can be really powerful. Let's take a look at some of the key principles that well-designed games embody, the attributes that sit under the hood, that help make games an effective medium for engaging kids in productive struggle. First, games take a problem-based approach to learning. Rather than telling students how to do things, games present them with a scenario, a puzzle they must figure out. When students are presented with a meaningful problem to solve, they become engaged in trying to solve it and in the learning that ensues in the process. Second, in games you are learning by doing, which really means you're learning by failing. You're exploring and reasoning through multiple pathways until you figure out one that works. This is the culture of how games work. And the result is that it creates an environment where it's safe to fail and make mistakes, as this is all part of the natural process of problem solving and learning. Third, games provide students with informative feedback as they progress. While exploring multiple pathways, the mechanisms of the game help reveal when they've gone off track. This provides feedback for the students to course correct as they move on to find the solution. And fourth, games provide an experience of progressive growth. They begin at a low floor, which makes the activity immediately accessible for any student to engage. They then gradually move towards a high ceiling, allowing all students to move to their edge and experience progressive growth in the process. These are some of the basic principles games embody to engage students in productive struggle. Try bringing some of them in the classroom, whether it's starting a lesson by posing a novel problem, or introducing an activity where kids engage hands-on and learn by doing, or bringing in ways for students to receive feedback on their thinking through the lesson, or starting the lesson at a low floor and moving up to a high ceiling. Any way you do it, embodying these principles in a learning environment can help make deeper learning possible. Join us in helping reimagine education.
So this was all about games, and we are all aware that playing games has so many effects on the brain and the health of the students. Games encourage neuroplasticity, which is the brain's ability to respond to different stimuli and develop new connections. It results in cognitive skills like memory and attention. It also enhances creativity and problem-solving skills. So we were talking about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. To motivate the students, we can structure our assignments according to the interest of the students. Sometimes the students who love mathematics, or they love dinosaurs, they love candies, we can create mathematical problems in our classroom using these words. If a student loves going to picnic, watching movies or playing games, the paragraph in English for comprehension can be given according to the interests and needs of the children. And who will not love chocolates? Who will not love ice cream? Who will not go to a picnic or a party? So the assignments can be structured in that way, so the students, they enjoy the classroom activities also. Next one is, there are different strategies for motivation. Now, whenever you score well in a classroom, the students score well in a classroom, we just simply give them A1 or A2, B1, B2 and the grades go on. Instead of making the students, giving the students A1 or A2, we can take them for a party, for a treat, a pool lunch at the playground, or we can take them to the field trip when they behave in a particular way or they complete their assignments in a prescribed time. So these are kind of motivations which we can bring in our classroom so that all the students, they enjoy sitting in the classroom and doing their work on time. Pairing the subjects that the students struggle with or dislike with fun books or activities or some worksheets which are very colorful, it will encourage the students to learn better. Now sharing, when a teacher shares his or her love for a subject, the students, they really get inspired. If you start talking about your subject, how you started loving the subject and why have you started loving that subject, the students will also start liking that subject because you like. We are the role models for our students. Whatever we do, they imitate, they watch us. You keep smiling, whole class will keep smiling. You come to the school in a very, I say, sad face, the student will say, oh, my teacher is so sad today, so they also start feeling sad. So, when the teacher enters the classroom with some fun learning activities, the students, they themselves get inspired and motivated. Now, here are a few examples. When we talk about examples, it is not likely to give them present every day. Sometimes in a month, 3 times, 1 time in 3 months, or quarterly or half yearly, at least write their name on the board. It is not like you are giving them reward for only academic activities. But if one of your child in the classroom who is always keeping a smile on the face, you can give that child a badge of best smiling face of the classroom. If some child is there who is exhibiting good discipline, doesn't make noise in the classroom when the teacher is not there, raising the hand while asking some questions, please appreciate. The more we appreciate, the more the students will learn from that particular child that they need to behave in that particular manner, and the teacher will feel happy and the teacher will encourage me giving a small chocolate or writing my name on the board. So few activities can be brought into the classroom, and nowadays we are using blended classroom. It is not like only offline work is going on. We are giving some online worksheets as well. So when you give online work, at least online badges can be given to the students. Online certificates can be provided to the students, which afterwards can be displayed in the classroom board. There are few gamification elements and they include points, leaderboards, challenges and badges. Now you may ask why rewards are important. The thought of achieving the reward will always motivate the learner to study more and to be an expert on the topic, which finally leads to better retention and recall of the learning topic. It creates a sense of achievement and recognition among the learners that make them feel, the learner feels, oh, I won it. That situation of feeling proud. And when the student feels happy by receiving the reward, he or she will try to do it in a much better way. So keep on encouraging the students with the help of small rewards. So the first one in this is point system. Assigning points for completing different tasks can encourage individuals to work hard. Suppose there is a child who writes slowly in the classroom, and that day when you went to the class, that child has written nicely and he was the first one to complete. Announce in the class, today Ayushman has got 1 point because he has completed his work early, and I was telling him every day he wasn't doing, but today he did. I'm so happy. You will see the next day, that child will only complete the work first, and that also in good handwriting. This is the encouragement which we can give in the form of 1 point. If you see somebody writing in a beautiful handwriting, just call the name, announce it. Today, Swati has completed the work in a beautiful handwriting. I'm so proud of you, Swati. Just a few words and the child is encouraged. And you see, write their names on the board. Point 1 to Ayush. start following this. They know, ma'am feel happy. You give a star in the copy and you see when the student will get down from the bus, the copy will be open and they go running to their mummy, "Mummy, I have got a star." That was only just the star which we have made with the red pen, but that means a lot to the children. And the students, they keep those stars in their copies, they tear those pages and keep it for lifelong. And they call, "Ma'am, you are my favorite teacher because you used to give so many stars in my copy." So this is the motivation, the encouragement which we can give to our students. So giving points for meeting academic and non-academic objectives is very, very important. The child who comes to school well dressed, properly placed tie, properly combed hair, clean uniform, clean shoes every day. Give a point. That's so easy. And rest of the students will also come. Next is badges. Badges are the fantastic way to acknowledge and reward the people for their efforts. We also get badges on Teachers' Day. Don't we feel happy? You are the best teacher, ma'am. So why can't the child be best? You are the best child here. So that's so easy. Give a badge. A small example we have shared just now while we start the session. An easy way, very easy way. The child who has a beautiful handwriting, give a badge on which a pencil is made. The child who is very helpful. I have seen in my school, there is a girl in standard 2, it is very difficult for her to climb the stairs and go down while going to the auto line. But one boy is there in the class who always supports her. Why can't we reward that kind of children? The child who speaks very politely. We can give a small badge in the assembly. It's so easy to motivate the students by giving points and rewards. The third one, these are the few examples. Don't know it's visible to you or not, but these are a few examples. It can be made on a hardboard paper. A safety pin can be used and it can be put on the ties or on the pockets. I will read out these. First one is amazing attendance. Second is amazing artist for the students who draw beautifully. Brainy and brainstorm. You give HOTS questions. Out of the box questions, they will come with beautiful ideas. Kind kid. Very easy to search a kind kid among 45 or 50 students in a class. Kahoot champion. This Kahoot I'll be talking later in the session. Early bird. The child who completes the work early but in a nice handwriting and all the work is done properly every day. ABC super speller. The child who has command over spellings. Math genius. Great ideas. And social studies scholar. Can be science scholar. You can name the students with the name of the scientist also. The badges can be made in that way as well. These are the digital badges which are available online. You can share it with the students. And a few examples. These badges, I hope it is not visible, but these have been made at home. You can also do it. Artistic kid, polite kid, math genius, science genius, kind kid, few examples. Next one is leaderboards. Leaderboards are great for creating competition among the students, as they will want to see their name on top and they will work hard as a result. You can create a separate leaderboard based on different teams. It is not you will give only for your subject which you are taking in your classroom, but being a class teacher, you know more about of each one of your kids in the class. Make a leaderboard. You can, it is not necessary to give point every day. You can at least write the names on the leaderboard. They will feel happy and they will feel encouraged. And students can be divided into smaller groups to create many leaderboards in the classroom. We are giving badges to captain and vice captain of the classroom, but we can give badges to other students as well. Here are the few examples of leaderboard which can be made in the classroom. Then challenge. This is the fourth element of gamification. A challenge is a task that requires an individual to complete something using their time and effort. But it does not have any negative impact if failed or done incorrectly. When you give project in the classroom, you make teams, you give the project to the students and you ask them to complete it in a given time frame. The students who complete, they come forward, they show their project, okay beta, very good. Second team comes, okay beta, very good. Third team has not done. And then we shout at them. Sometimes we really shout at them. This was the time limit, you haven't done and now you will get 0 marks. But when you give a project, when you give a challenge to the students, make sure that you do not imply any negative impact on the students. Encourage them, give one more day or 2 days, and students will definitely come up with better ideas, because some children, they learn when they see others doing it. Some children, they get creative when they see other students performing. Maybe there is a child who is not good in singing and who is not good in solving some question. When he or she sees some students performing the same thing on the stage, they come up with their better ideas. So it can happen with everyone. So challenges can be thrown at the students, and then challenges, they incorporate the learning strategies like problem solving, where individuals need to think. Now I would like to ask some of you to come forward and share your ideas. How can you gamify your classroom? 1 or 2 teachers. Please, if you have any 1 or 2 ideas, how you can gamify your classroom in your subject. I am waiting. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rashmi, and I teach English. So for junior, it is very easy to engage them in activities. Storytelling they are having. This is from the point of a teacher. Like we narrate a story, and all the students are like fond of listening to the story, even the adults. At this age also, we love to watch movies. What are movies? Story of someone's life. The same way the kids are fond of listening to story. Storytelling is one of the very good activities which we can have in our classrooms. Then creating a story. One line or 2 lines of any of the story I will be telling, and I may ask my students to add on 1 or 2 sentences to complete the story. Then we have this situation-based role play. 2 or 3 students can be called in group, give them situation to enact. This way their speaking skills can be enhanced. There are many more other ideas for enhancing your class of English by including so many activities. Few examples only I am giving right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else who would like to share?
Hello, myself Sree Ayyappa from Rainbow Public School. I just teach English here. Usually, whenever I just teach to the student, I just found one problem. That is usual the student that they start with a simple present tense. If they are giving any answer, to any question, they just start with simple present tense. Then again they use the continuous, and they just end the past tense. So I just tell them to write their daily routine in a usual way. Now one day I just give them the daily routine to write in a simple present tense, that I wake up early in the morning and like that. Then the second day I used to give them the write their daily routine in a continuous tense, then in a past tense, and that's all. That is the strategy, the technology, the methodology to write the answer properly.
Have you wanted them with points? Okay, thank you, sir.
Myself, Soni Pandit from Crescent Public School. I'm an English teacher. I take classes up to standard 4. In English, reading is the special capability. हम लोग बच्चों की रीडिंग पे बहुत ध्यान देते हैं. Usually in my class, whenever the students read the story, sometimes I play games with the story. They are reading, जिस पेज से वो रीडिंग करते हैं उससे मैं पूछती हूँ, tell me how many words are written in this page, and that question different होता है always. Sometimes I tell, find out ing words. Means spinning, gaming, playing. Sometimes I tell, find that ing words that is repeated with double sound. Swimming, skipping. Sometimes I say to students, find the articles. How many articles consist in this page, particularly in this page only. They will say the answer 10, 12. This thing I usually teach in my class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, we as teachers, we are bringing lots and lots of activities in the classroom every day. I'm not talking about only maths teachers or English teachers, but every teacher. This is the demand of the day, that we should keep activities in the classroom. So the students, they learn by doing, they have fun and they are engaged throughout the classroom. But we are not rewarding them, we are not giving them points. This is the point of gamification, that we should give them points so they are engaged and they are motivated entirely throughout the year. And when we go on to the next class, there again the teacher starts with awarding them with badges, points or their names on the leaderboards, which will keep them encouraged and motivated throughout their school life. There is a charm in school life. Once you complete your school, you go to the college. Hardly everybody gets the recognition. But the school days are very, very important for the students to remember it throughout their whole life. When we were in school, we used to say, nahi, college jana hai. But when we went to the college, we start missing the school days because our teachers, they gave effort in making us learn. And because of them, now we all are sitting here. So this is the important reason to keep your children engaged and you keep them encouraged throughout your classroom activities, throughout your session. So in this era of blended learning, how can you gamify your classrooms? There is an app, Kahoot, Class Dojo, and quizzes through which online quizzes can be made. Links can be shared to the students through your WhatsApp group, and there is a time frame. You can ask them to solve those questions, and then and there they will get the result. So I am going to share a link in the mobile. You all are added in the group 15th October. So just take out your phones. I am going to share a link with you, and I request everybody to solve the quiz which is given through this Kahoot app. I hope the link is reached to you all. Please start doing it. Your name, or you can enter your nickname as well. Nobody has completed. Done? Let me check. Sony. Okay, I got only one response. So that was a demo. You can prepare quiz, MCQ quiz through Kahoot app. It's very easy to prepare questions. Anshu ma'am has also done it. Thank you, ma'am. Now one more link, please. Solve that also. That one is easy. That is the link from live worksheet. You will have to type too many, too much or enough in the spaces which are provided. There is a box. Just click and type. The next one is a link from live worksheet. I hope you can open it. Boxes are given, only you have to write the words. Options are too many, too much or enough. And you will then and there see your score. Just click on the finish button after completing it. After clicking the finish button, you will get two options. Check my score. Towards the left hand side, you have to click on that. And I will be happy to know how many of you have scored 10 out of 10. Has anybody completed 10 out of 10? Not working. Let me check. Huh? 30. Good.
दीजिएगा, हम नंबर दे देंगे मेरे जो लिए हैं उसमें से स्टिल फोटो।
Okay, Rashmi ma'am has got 10 out of 10 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Wow! So I will be giving you the badges. Please come. Can you please say your name?
Hariom, my name is Rashmi and I work with Chinmaya Vidyalaya Butalo. Hariom everyone, my name is Rupali Srivastava. I'm a pride privileged employee of teaching faculty of Chinmaya Vidyalaya.
Hello everyone, I am Kumod Ranjan, mathematics teacher, Chinmaya Vidyalaya.
Thank you teachers and thank you everyone for participation. So this is a small activity which we did now, but it can be done. You can share these things, you can make quizzes, share it in the WhatsApp group which you have made with your students. And more importantly, I'm not telling you to do it every day, but yes, quarterly we can make quizzes including all the subjects. We can sit with other teachers. At least 15 questions in 3 months can be prepared, and then you will be able to see the winners with your own phone. The link, the place from where you have prepared the link, you will be able to see the winners. The top names, top 5 or top 10 or top 15 according to your wish can be displayed. And slowly, I'm not saying that initially when you start this, all the students, all the 40 students of your class will participate. No, once you start appreciating them, once you start giving them some prizes, slowly you will see that whole class will participate in whatever effort you are taking. They will really appreciate you for your efforts. This is the Maths Blaster. It is also an app where there are lots of maths games, some activities, worksheets also. The students can sign in with their parents' ID and they can play different games according to the topics which are continued in the classroom, and even teachers. They can see different activities which they can bring in their classrooms to make the students understand and learn the concepts. So here are the gamification tools: Kahoot, Classcraft, Class Dojo, quizzes, Getlit, Brainscape, Nori, and Hoopla software. Now there is one more app, Get Along, Read Along, Google's Read Along. In that app, there is assistant whose name is Dia, who makes the students read the passage. And whenever the child or the person who has downloaded that app starts reading wrong or pronouncing wrong, that assistant corrects the child or the person immediately then and there. So that is also one of the fun way in which the student can start reading. They can learn to read correctly. Now some examples of gamification in the classroom. Many of you have already shared. I'm thankful to the English teachers who shared their ideas. Now separating the students into groups to compete on assignments or activities. This we do generally. We make them sit in a group. We give them some assignment. We ask them to complete it during the school hour, or we give them some time, a day or two or maybe 1 week to complete those assignments. Next is enabling the student to earn points for the behavior or the completion of assignments and allowing them to spend the points on rewards. There is a level, like when we play games, there are different levels. So here, automatically you cannot start giving them badges. First start giving them points and then we can encourage. Once you score 10 points, I will be giving you the badge. So that is the level. The more you increase the difficulty level, the more students will love to participate, because children, they love challenges. So start bringing it into the classroom with the help of points first. Then increase it to the badges and finally go on to the leaderboards. So the student who has achieved, that is your criteria, at how many points you will be giving them the first badge. I have brought the badge because I was unable to show you the a child gets 10 points, you award them with a badge. Students start collecting the badges. Once they collect 10 badges or 5 badges, you write their name on the leaderboard. So that will help them to remain encouraged and they will try to get their name on the leaderboard. Because पहले ही दिन से सबको badge मिल गया, the value of that badge will be gone. So we need to start initially with the points, a word of appreciation first, then the points, then the badges, and then the leaderboard. Next is timed flashcards or active worksheets can be given to the students to gamify the classroom. On the completion of these worksheets, we can give them points. Badges to show the completion of work. Listening for certain keywords or situation to complete a bingo type worksheet. Just now we played the game bingo. This can be played in the classroom also. The first 3 students or the first 2 students according to your choice. Those who shout bingo first, award them a point that day. After 2 days or after a week again you had played bingo for another topic or another situation, award them 1 more point. So all those who get 10 points, award them with a badge. So that will keep them engaged and they will want to get those badges in the class. Using the dice to generate random numbers for a worksheet activity. When we do some board work in the classroom, it is very difficult for us to call all the 40 students in a 40 minutes classroom. And then the students, they keep on shouting, ma'am, my turn has not come, ma'am, I have not got the chance. We can make separate chits from roll number 1 to 40. Pick randomly 2 or 3 chits. Those students get the chance that day. Keep those chits separate. Now in the next class, you can pick up the 3 more chits and the random roll numbers will be called. And they will have in their mind that my chance will come one day. And they will keep themselves prepared to answer your questions. Then story builder with cards. Just now a teacher has shared that the story which she has used in the classroom. So story stripes can also be used, story cards can also be used. We can give them story stripes, a cutout of a story which is just jumbled. You make them, ask them to keep those stripes in a particular order of the story. For example, the story, the Fox and the Grapes. You have written it in a page, you have cut those pages in the form of stripes. Now you give them, you make a group but you need to make 10 group of those stripes for 10 groups. Give them, ask them to arrange in a particular order the group which arranges that story. On the first go, that group has to be awarded with a point. Now next is role play. Role play when we do in the classroom, the students, they enjoy and they learn doing it. You can ask them to wear the mask or the costumes and there will be a fun learning in the classroom. Now games like hangman and name, place, animal thing. I think you all remember name, place, animal thing we used to play, making 4 columns in our copies. How many of you have played? I have played it a lot. And when we used to have the same words, minus half marks was deducted. So we used to find new names of animals or places. So this can be also played in the classroom. Scrabble, very nice word game. We gift our children on their birthdays. They have in the class. You can bring Scrabble to the classroom, make them sit in a group and make the students play. This will definitely help to build up their vocabulary. Prop-based activities and thought-based activities. Activities which involves prop that helps the students to understand the character. If we are talking about any lesson from English or from Hindi, the students can bring props. Puppet activity, storytelling through puppets. Very nice idea. The students, they use the puppet, they bring the props, they share their stories in their own words. We can ask them not to learn or by heart, but we can ask them to say those stories in their words, and whenever they are saying anything wrong, we are here to correct them. And then they will learn that if they have made a mistake, that is not the end of their part. They can learn from their mistakes. So next time, they will not do it. Then use of audio visual aids. You show a story in the class, ask them, which is your favorite character in the story? Why? They will themselves judge which character was behaving in a bad manner and which character has found out to be the best one. And they will tell you. why that was bad and why this is good. They will learn to discriminate between right and wrong. Can you see this? Please make line in your writing pad. Blank, and then there is a letter N. N for nest. Then there are 5 blanks again, and then there is a letter N again, and then there is a last blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is a 9-letter word. पहले एक लाइन है, फिर लेटर N लिखा है, फिर 5 ब्लैंक लाइन है, फिर लेटर N है और लास्ट में एक ब्लैंक है. This I am giving you an example of the game which we used to play as hangman. If you don't like the word, you can use snowman as well. So I will ask the table number 1 teachers to just tell me one word which fits in these blanks. Any one word. Just one word, please. एक साथ मिलके खेलना है, तीनों एक वर्ड बताइए. कोई भी एक वर्ड which you think can be fit in this blank. We want to make a complete word. कोई भी एक वर्ड बताइए. If it is right, I will say right. एक letter. पूरा वर्ड नहीं बोला, एक लेटर बोलना है. ABCDEF में से कोई भी एक लेटर बोलना है. एक टेबल वाइज एक लेटर बोलना है. E. Okay. I will write it. Table 1 has said E. So we have found the first. We have got 2 letters E. Second table, please. Any guess of the next letter which you want to insert here?
E, ma'am.
Huh? E is already done. T. E for table. Okay. Let me see if T is here or not. Yes, T is also here. Table number 3. Please, anyone E letter. E. E for ball. No. E. E for elephant. That is done. E is no more there. I. No. Please go to the next table. M. That is right. There is a letter here, M also. Yeah. Next table, please. One letter. Yes, one letter. Say A. Oh, next table, please. One letter. T. T is already done. Sorry. We know the whole word. Okay, please. It's enjoyment. Yeah, please. Thank you so much. So this game can be played. We used to play in the form of hangman. जैसे wrong answer होता था, एक line ऊपर, फिर एक line नीचे wrong answer पे, third line पे एक circle, and a bag is it is shown like a hangman. That means you have got no more chances. The chances are over. So this kind of game can be played in the class, and the students will learn the spellings. Now next is recollect. Whatever we have discussed about gamification, I want you to recollect with the help of a short video.
Let's be honest, kids despise learning, but they enjoy playing games and would not mind sacrificing their sleep just to earn points, defeat the boss, or unlocking new levels. How great it would be if we can make learning fun just like games. Anyway, we already did that. Gamification refers to involving game elements like points, badges, and achievements into a non-gaming activity to motivate users' participation. Each time you receive a reward, your brain releases dopamine that makes you feel good, chase after more reward, and motivates you to do more. This is how gamification in education works. It makes the learning fun, more engaging, and motivates the students to spend more time. Different game mechanics and game dynamics are used to gamify learning. Here is how you can use them. Points and XPs. Use points and XPs to develop a reward-based grading system where students earn points for every effort made. This cumulative row of marking proves to be more efficient as earning points in each evaluation feels more rewarding. Levels and challenges. Use levels to define the learner's journey. Start with the basics of the subjects, the simple tasks, and gradually increase the level of difficulty as the student progresses in the module. Leaderboards. Everyone wants to see their name on the top, and that's the reason all addictive game has a leaderboard. Utilize leaderboard in gamifying learning, and students will spend more time just to see their name on the top. Gamification sounds really cool, but does it really improve the learning process? Well, check these numbers. The GMAT or GMAT Prep Group saw 370% higher user engagement using a gamified system. Deloitte Leadership Academy saw 46% higher user retention using game mechanics on their platform. Even many e-learning platforms have achieved massive success using gamification, such as Duolingo, a gamified language learning platform, has over 300 million users. Byju's, a leading edtech startup with valuation crossing 5 billion, uses gamification. Musician, a gamified music learning app, has over 10 million downloads and 250,000 positive reviews on Play Store. Even we have developed a gamified book reading platform for our client, Get. It aims to encourage reading habit among children and has thousands of books across different categories to browse from. We have implemented levels, challenges, points, badges, achievements, quirky characters, and many more game elements that makes reading fun and engaging activity. No doubt, gamification is the future, and so are the gamified learning platforms. And if you are a startup or enterprise looking to develop, we can help. Tech us, delivering promises.
So teachers, if you have any questions, please, you're most welcome. This is the end of my session, this video. So if you have any questions, I think more or less all the things are already related to all of us. We are doing in the classroom, but we need to encourage them with the help of points, badges and leadership boards. Please let's start doing it and make a difference in our classroom and make the students motivated and encouraged throughout the classroom. So if you have any questions, please, I am there to solve your query. No questions. I think I'm a good teacher. Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
My question is that, my name is Arshana Kumari. I am from RWS. My question is that, is gamification relevant only to learning?
It is not only used in learning, but it is used in business as well. The businessman, the companies, they use incentives. They give incentives to their employees in the form of different rewards. They give them grades or they upscale their employees. It is used everywhere. And because we are talking about an educational setup, so I was talking about only learning. That was the topic. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience.
क्या ईशान को अपने शर्ट के बटन या जूते की लेस बांधने में तकलीफ होती है? योहान, जब तुम उसकी तरफ बॉल फेंकते हो क्या वो पकड़ पाता है?
बॉल को कभी जज ही नहीं कर पाता।
क्योंकि वो साइज, डिस्टेंस और स्पीड इन तीनों को एक साथ समझ ही नहीं पाता। कितनी बड़ी बॉल कितनी दूर से कितनी तेज आ रही है, जब तक वो जान ले गाड़ी छोड़ देता। जरा सोचिए, एक बच्चा महज 8 या 9 साल का, पढ़ नहीं पाता, लिख नहीं पाता, रोजमर्रा के मामूली काम नहीं कर पाता, वो सारी चीजें नहीं कर पाता जो उसके उम्र के बच्चे बड़ी आसानी से कर लेते। क्या बीतती होगी उस पर? उसकी सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस की तो धज्जियां उड़ जाती होगी। अपनी खामियों को टेढ़ेपन के लिबास में लपेटकर दुनिया से लड़ता होगा हर रोज, कदर मचाता होगा, कदर यहां। क्यों बताओ दुनिया को कि नहीं आता, नहीं करना क्या टाल दे? बड़ों से तो सीखते हैं बच्चे। अब तो ये गदर भी कुचल दिया गया वहां। मुझे अफसोस है उसने पेंटिंग करना बंद कर दिया। बड़े दुख की बात है।
लेकिन निशानी क्या?
इसका कोई जवाब नहीं है। इट्स न्यूरोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर, किसी को भी हो सकता है, कभी कभी जेनेटिक भी होता है। आम आदमी की जबान में कहूँ तो ब्रेन में जरा सी वायरिंग की प्रॉब्लम है बस। तो आप ये कह रहे हैं मेरा बेटा नॉर्मल नहीं है, मेंटली रिटार्डेड? जी बात नहीं है। ये देखिए मिस्टर अवस्थी, ये तेज दिमाग हजार ख्याल बुन रहे रंगों में आपके और मेरे काबिलियत से कहीं आगे, लेकिन इसका फायदा क्या है? इसका फायदा क्यों ढूंढ रहे हैं? तो और क्या ढूंढूं? क्या बनेगा बड़ा होकर? कैसे बराबरी कर पाएगा इस दुनिया के साथ? क्या सभी लोगों से घर पे बैठ के खिलाता रहूंगा?
जानता हूं बाहर एक बेरहम कंपेटिटिव दुनिया बसी है और इस दुनिया में सभी को अपने अपने घरों में टॉपर्स और रैंकर्स उगाने हैं। हर किसी को अव्वल नंबर चाहिए। डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, मैनेजमेंट, इससे कम तो बर्दाश्त ही नहीं। 95.5%, 95.6%, 95.7%, इससे कम तो गाली के बराबर। क्यों? अरे जरा सोचो, हर बच्चे की अपनी खूबी होती है, अपनी काबिलियत होती है, अपनी चाहत होती है, लेकिन नहीं, हर उंगली को खींचकर लंबी करने में लगे सब। लगे रहो, चाहे उंगली क्यों ना टूट जाए।
And this is the mistake most parents make with their children. The boy had a learning disability, yes, he was suffering from dyslexia, but at the same time he was highly intelligent. He was a great artist, a great painter, but that talent of his was suppressed because his parents only wanted that awal number, that 95, 96, 97%. And this is what happens to our children, which brings me to the topic of my seminar, multiple intelligence. And I welcome you all to the theory of multiple intelligence. Now, this theory of multiple intelligence was given by Sir Howard Gardner. Howard Gardner was born on July 11, 1943 at Scranton, Pennsylvania, USA. He was an American cognitive psychologist and author, best known for his theory of multiple intelligences, which he first presented in the Frames of Mind in 1983. And he said, the biggest mistake of past centuries in teaching has been to treat all students as if they were variants of the same individual, and thus to feel justified in teaching them all the same subjects in the same way. And don't we do that in our classrooms? We are teaching all students. We are teaching all students in the same way with no variation at all. Gardner's theory places an emphasis on the idea that the traditional understanding of intelligence by means of IQ testing is far too limited. That's what about the psychometric tests. The testing by these tests is extremely limited, and to broaden this notion of intelligence, Gardner introduced 8 different types of intelligence, consisting of logical, mathematical, linguistic, musical, spatial, bodily or kinesthetic, naturalist, interpersonal or intrapersonal. Now we come to the different types of multiple intelligence. The first one is the bodily or the kinesthetic. These children are body smart. Interpersonal people are people smart. They work well in groups. Verbal or linguistic intelligence people are word smart. They write very well and they can speak very well. Logical or mathematical intelligence children are logic smart, very good in problem solving. Then we have the naturalistic intelligence, the children who learn best in the lap of nature. They are nature smart. We have intrapersonal intelligence, the children who will be a little bit of introverts, they are self-smart, they are loners and they learn best on their own. Then we have children who are visually or spatial intelligence and they are picture smart, they will be the artists, the painters in the classroom. And then we have the children who have musical intelligence, they will be music smart.
Multiple intelligences based on they're all unique. Each have strengths and differences. This is Howard Gardner. He came up with the theory of multiple intelligences. There are 8 major intelligences. Let's have a look at them in action. Bodily kinesthetic. These people learn best by getting up and moving around. They're usually good at sports or dance and might like acting, performing, or building things. Interpersonal. These people learn best by working with others. They work well in groups, communicate well, and really understand other people's feelings. Verbal linguistic. These people learn best by reading, taking notes, or listening. They're very good with all kinds of words, spoken or written. Logical mathematical. These people are really good at working with numbers. They're logical, enjoy finding patterns and problem solving. Intrapersonal. These people prefer to work alone. They have a good understanding of themselves. They understand their own feelings and motivations. Visual spatial. These people are often very artistic and are also good at solving puzzles. Musical. These people enjoy singing, playing instruments, and composing music. Naturalistic. These people are sensitive to the world around them. They learn best when they can make connections with nature. Now think about the many things that you are good at.
So each person may have different multiple intelligence and also everyone can possess more than one of it, as Gardner divided the multiple intelligences into 8 kinds. So it's not necessary that a child will have only one type of multiple intelligence. A child can be talented in 2-3 multiple intelligence. And let's take a close look at all of them. A visual or spatial intelligence person will learn by seeing and observing. He will recognize faces, objects, shapes, colors, details, and scenes. He will think in pictures. Everything he studies, he will visualize in his brain. And he will use visual images as an aid in recalling information. He enjoys doodling, drawing, painting, sculpting, or otherwise reproducing objects in visible form. He has to see something to understand it while he's studying. Then we have interpersonal intelligence. An interpersonal intelligence person is people smart. And he's very good in understanding other people. He has the capacity to detect and respond appropriately to the moods, motivations, and desires of others. People with high interpersonal intelligence tend to be extroverts. They'll be very friendly, they work well in groups. They're sensitive to others' moods, feelings, temperaments, and motivations. So these will be the heroes of the classroom who trouble us a lot. Then we have the children who are good in linguistic intelligence. Now, linguistic intelligence, as I told you, Muskan Sheikh, she's word smart. It is the capacity to use language, your native language, and perhaps other languages, to express what is on your mind and to understand other people. People with high linguistic intelligence are good at reading, writing, telling stories, and memorizing words with dates. Then we have the logical or the mathematical intelligence. Now, these children are logic smart. They have the capacity to use numbers effectively and to reason well. People with this intelligence think by reasoning. They love experimenting, questioning, figuring out logical puzzles and calculating. They are able to identify a problem and solve it right there on the spot. These will be the more, intelligent ones in the classroom who immediately have a solution for everything. Then we have children who learn best in the lap of nature, naturalistic intelligence. You take them out of the class, they are extremely happy. They have the ability to recognize and categorize plants, animals, and other objects in nature. People with high naturalistic intelligence are extremely sensitive to nature and nurturing and relating information to one's natural surrounding. We have the bodily or kinesthetic intelligence. Here we come on all the athletes who are very good in, moving their body in rotor movement. The bodily or kinesthetic intelligence is an expertise in using one's whole body to express ideas and feelings. They talk a lot with their hands. It is the ability to control one's body movements and to handle objects skillfully. People with high bodily or kinesthetic intelligence have total body control. They have a sense of timing and a clear sense of the goal of a physical action. They have an ability to train responses to become reflexes. Musical intelligence. Musical intelligence is the ability to create and appreciate tunes and rhythms. They will be the singers and the dancers in the classroom. Musically intelligent people are able to distinguish the sounds around and they can make their own melodies. They will be able to compose also. Then intrapersonal intelligence are the loners and the introverts in the classroom. They have the capacity to be self-aware and in tune with inner feelings, values, beliefs, and thinking processes. This intelligence includes having an accurate picture of oneself, one's strengths and weaknesses. They understand themselves very well. They have an awareness of inner moods, intentions, motivations, temperaments, and desires, and the capacity for self-discipline, self-understanding, and self-esteem. Essentially, it is how well you know yourself. So these children are best left alone and allowed to study on their own because that is the way they function best. Now, coming to the different types of multiple intelligence and what type of professions these children can take up in their lives. Okay, intrapersonal intelligence. These children can take up occupations as entrepreneurs, business persons, writers, therapists, and social workers. And here I would like to say that some of the most intelligent and most earning people in the world, like Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, they are all school dropouts and they are all entrepreneurs earning a lot of money today. So they did not go with the system of the school, they dropped out of school and they started their own businesses. So we can't say that they are not intelligent. Next we have linguistic intelligence. These children can take up occupations such as writers, journalists, speakers, and lawyers. So we can identify children in our classrooms and try to guide them in what stream that they should take up later on in their lives. Then we have the logical or the mathematical intelligence. These children can take up occupations like an accountant, an engineer, a computer programmer, a mathematician, or a scientist. Naturalist intelligence. They have the sensitivity to the natural features of the natural world and a strong appreciation for the environment. The potential occupations will be scientists, botanists, farmers, meteorologists, veterinarian, sailor, park ranger, and biologist. Then we have the spatial intelligence. These children can take up occupations of an artist, an architect, interior designer, an engineer, photographer, and inventor. Musical or rhythmic intelligence. These children can take up the occupations of musician, songwriters, composers, sound technician, and music teacher. emotional intelligence, the extroverts of the classroom. The occupations for them will be teacher, nurse, clinician, salesperson, therapist and politician. Occupations which take them into society and they have to show a lot of social skills. So these professions will be good for them. Then we have bodily or the kinesthetic intelligence. Occupations for these children will be athlete, dancer, actor and physical therapist. Let us see this video of this boy Akash, who is excellent in spelling, and he attended the spell bee competition in the USA and he won. Such a young child.
Welcome to the Little Big Shots International World Championship Spelling Bee. First, from Texas, USA, we have Akash, age 28 apparently. Akash, here is your first word. Please spell sesquipedalian.
Does this come from the Latin sesqui meaning 50?
Yes.
Sesquipedalian. S-E-S-Q-U-I-P-E-D-A-L-I-A-N. So sesquipedalian.
Akash, that is correct.
That was so easy!
Miss Dawn.
Yes.
Please spell flatulence.
F-A-R-T-Y.
You said 40.
Please spell pseudo-hypoparathyroidism.
Definition, please.
An inherited disorder in which the biochemical findings of hypoparathyroidism occur in the presence of a normal or elevated level of parathyroid, frequently accompanied by skeletal and other abnormalities.
Pseudohypoparathyroidism. Pseudohypoparathyroidism. Pseudohypoparathyroidism.
That is correct. Miss Dawn, please spell pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Is that a real word?
Yes.
P-T-T-T-T-T-S-S-L-Y-S.
That is incorrect.
I'm massively losing. L-O-S-I-N-G. Losing. That's me.
Akash, would you like to spell it?
Definition, please.
Lung disease caused by inhaling very fine ash and sand dust.
P-N-E-U-L-T-R-A-M-I-C-R-O-S-C-O-P-I-C-S-I-L-I-C-O-V-O-L-C-A-N-O-C-O-N-I-O-S.
That is correct. And the winner of the Little Big Shots International World Championship Spelling Bee is Akash!
So what type of intelligence would you say Akash has? What type of intelligence does he have? Linguistic intelligence, yes, correct. He's very good in spelling. He has linguistic intelligence. So let us now see how the world thought of intelligence as earlier, what was the traditional view of intelligence, and what do we think after Howard Gardner, propounded his theory of multiple intelligence in 1983. So we have the traditional views on intelligence versus multiple intelligence. And this is the way we all grew up. The traditional view of intelligence says that intelligence can be measured by short answer tests. The multiple intelligence theory says that short answer tests are not used because they do not measure disciplinary mastery or deep understanding. They only measure rote memorization skills and one's ability to do well on short answer tests. In the traditional view, people are born with a fixed amount of intelligence. But according to multiple intelligence, human beings have all the intelligences, but each person has a unique combination of profile. In the traditional view, the intelligence level does not change over a lifetime. According to multiple intelligence, we can all improve each of the intelligences, though some people will improve more readily in one intelligence area than in others. According to the traditional view, intelligence consists of ability in logic and language. In traditional practice, teachers teach the same material to everyone, which is what we are doing in our classrooms. And also the teachers teach a topic or a subject. According to multiple intelligence, there are many more types of intelligence which reflect different ways of interacting with the world. Multiple intelligence pedagogy implies that teachers teach and assess differently based on individual intellectual strengths and weaknesses. The teachers structure learning activities around an issue or a question and connect the subjects. The teachers will develop the strategies that allow for students to demonstrate multiple ways of understanding and value their uniqueness. Now, we can have a very ambitious project where, we have a multiple intelligence classroom. What would it look like? In one corner, you can have a round table for the ones who are good in visual or spatial intelligence. Another part of the classroom, a more open area, you can have the ones who are good in bodily or kinesthetic intelligence. Then another area, we have all the writers and the readers who are good in verbal intelligence. Let them sit together. Maybe one day you try this in your classrooms, experiment and see, teach the same topic. Okay, and see how the different groups, first of all you have to group your students, try to identify what type of intelligence they have and group them accordingly, and then make the setup in your class where they are sitting in groups according to the type of intelligence that they have. Teach the topic and see how it is accepted by all of them. Maybe they will understand better. Now it's up to us whether we want to adopt this multiple intelligence theory in our classrooms. We are very much pressed for time and completion of the syllabus, but I think children will be able to learn better if they are taught in the way that they understand better. No, we keep pressurizing the ones who are good in physical activities to study mathematics. It's very difficult for them. Try to teach them geometry through maybe dance. There's something now called Mathyametry where they are merging, where the art integration is coming into mathematics, and then they are teaching angles through dance. So just see if you can get some videos on that and maybe show to the children. Maybe they will learn better through that. Try to integrate the different types of multiple intelligence in your class and teach the children in the way that they would like. So let us see how we can teach our children and how we can help the different children who have the different multiple intelligence in our classrooms. First of all, the linguistic children who understand verbally. They can be taught by lectures and discussions, which is what we are doing every day in the class. They are the method that we are using every day is what will appeal to the linguistic intelligence children. We can use word games, storytelling, or journal writing. The teaching materials which you can take to your classroom would be books, tape recorders, stamp sets, and books on tape. Your instructional strategy would be to read about it, let them write about it, and let them listen to it. Your presentation skill can be storytelling. Then we have the logical or the mathematical intelligence. The activities that you could use are brain teasers, problem solving, science experiments, mental calculations, number games, and critical thinking. The teaching materials that you can use would be calculators, math manipulatives, science equipment, and math games. Your instructional strategies would be quantify it, think critically about it, put it in a logical framework, and experiment with it. Your presentation skill would be Socratic questioning. Then we have the spatial intelligence. These children will learn by visual presentations, art activities, imagination games, visualization, metaphor. Teaching materials would be graphs, maps, videos, art materials, cameras, pictures, and language. Instructional strategies would be, they would like to see what they are studying, they would like to draw, visualize, imagine, coloring, and mind mapping. The teacher presentation skill would be drawing on the board and mind mapping. Now here are the ones with the bodily or the kinesthetic intelligence. Most of the children have this. They will learn by hands-on learning, by drama, dance, and sports, which is their favorite period, tactile activities, and relaxation exercises. The teaching materials would be building tools, clay, sports equipment, manipulatives, tactile learning resources. The instructional strategies would be give them building blocks to build, act it out, touch it. They need to touch something to learn. Get a gut feeling out of it and dance it. They need to experience, and then only they will learn. They cannot be just pushed into a classroom and told, study, and they have to study. They can't do that. The teacher presentation skill would be gestures and dramatic expressions. Next we have the musical intelligence. They will learn through rhythmic learning, rapping, and using songs that teach. The teaching aids would be the tape recorder, the tape collection, and the musical instruments. Instructional strategies would be singing, rapping, and listening to it. Now imagine if we allowed our children to do this in the class, they would make us go mad. Every subject they would start rapping and singing, and then we wouldn't be able to teach anything. So when we employ multiple intelligence in the classroom, we have to use our own discretion when and where. Maybe one period in the week we can teach in this way. The teacher presentation skill would be using the voice rhythmically. The interpersonal intelligence. The teaching activities would be cooperative learning, peer tutoring, learning from each other. As I told you, these children learn best in groups. Then community involvement, social gatherings, and simulation, imitation from each other. The teaching materials are the board games, the party supplies, and the props for role plays. Instructional strategies, teach it, collaborate on it, and interact with respect to it. The presentation skill would be dynamically interacting with the students. So here the teacher has to be, with the children, among them, listening to them as they are interacting with each other and assessing them accordingly. Then we have the intrapersonal intelligence. These children who are loners in the classroom, they learn through individualized instruction. It's best if they are left alone, given a task and allowed to study on their own. Like the boy Vishal, which I showed you, those photographs, the last one, the one who's good in mathematics, he's an intrapersonal learner. He studies best when he's left alone. So the options in the course of study are self-esteem building. The teaching materials would be self-check materials, journals, and materials for projects. Instructional strategies would be connect it to your personal life and make choices with regard to it and reflect on it. The teacher presentation would be bring feeling into the presentation. Make it more personal with the child. Naturalist intelligence would be take them out, let them study in the lap of nature. Maybe literature could be taught in this way, take them out into the field and give them a topic and ask them to write a poem on it. Nature study would be the activity, ecological awareness, maybe biology also could be taught in this way. Care of the animals. The teaching materials would be plants, animals, which could be brought to the classroom, naturalist tools and gardening tools. Instructional strategies would be connected to living things and natural phenomena. And the presentation skill would be linking the subject matter to natural phenomena. Yeah, so if we decide to implement this multiple intelligence theory in our classrooms, learn to have a more personal interaction with our students, identify which type of intelligence the child has. We are pressed for time, yes, but we need to work on a more personal level in the class so that we can help our students to learn better. Because then only learning will be fruitful. And a good education can change anyone. A good teacher can change everything. And let us see if we can, identify the Ishan in our classrooms, bring out the Ishan in our students and see the child with the disability of dyslexia and yet highly intelligent. His parents could not identify that. They were always suppressing him, criticizing him. It was the teacher who brought out the talent in the child. So it is up to us as educators to make it our task to try and bring out the inner hidden talents in the students. It's difficult for us, but we can at least try. In fact, these paintings were made by the same child which I showed you in that first video, a highly intelligent boy. Let us watch this video now.
हाँ बच्चों, ये जो आपके निकुम सर है ना, और इनको चित करने वाला शिष्य है नन्हा मुन्ना 9 साल का ईशान नंद किशोर अवस्थी।
I don't think anyone can watch this video without becoming emotional. And as you can see, the child was highly talented, but he was too ashamed because he had always been criticized his whole life. And it is up to us to see if we can identify these type of children in our classrooms. Because once they pass out, it is not the good ones who remember the teacher. It is always the weaker ones, the ones who have to struggle to get even pass marks. So let us decide today to work together to bring out the hidden talent in our children, to employ multiple intelligence in our classrooms for a better understanding of the children, and for their development and our involvement as teachers. Teachers who put relationships first don't have students for 1 year. They have students who view them as their teacher for life. How many of you agree with this? All of you agree with this, right? So I end my seminar here, and I thank you very much for such a patient listening. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask.
Fourth resource person of the day, Ms. Pooja Singh, who has been serving
Holy Cross School since 2010, assistant editor of the school magazine, active member of the Taru Mitra Club, and has worked for Child Right Congress too. A topic, classroom management, activity-based learning. Stage is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. So, first of all, a very pleasant good afternoon to respected principal, Holy Cross School, Sister Kamala Paul. She's also the DDC, Deputy DCC of the CBSE, and all respected educators here. I am Pooja from Holy Cross School, and I'm here to share with you my views and understandings of the topic classroom management, activity-based learning. So, before we start, we will be covering in this presentation the history, philosophy, approach, the benefits of the classroom management through activity-based learning, and then we'll also talk about the inclusion of the 21st century skills in classroom management now. We will be also talking about the role of educators, our role in this. So to start with, a strength-based classroom is a place where students with all sorts of labels come together as equals to form a new type of learning environment. Students of all sorts of labels. So when you talk about students of all sorts of labels, that means students are of various skills, various abilities, various backgrounds, isn't it? And when we have students from all these various backgrounds and various skills and various abilities, how are we going to impart to them the knowledge that we want them to learn? And why do we actually want them to learn only what we want them to learn? Why don't we think about the things that they actually are capable of doing? Our aim today through activity-based learning will be to understand the children through their abilities and impart to them the knowledge, the skill, which will be helpful for them in the long run in life. So before we start this session, actually it's a summer afternoon, a post-lunch session. All we need actually is a cozy bed instead of a class, instead of a session here, right? So can we just have a small activity by your permission? Can I request you to be clap ready? Both the hands like this, please. Clap ready, both the hands like this. Okay, and all you need to do is to clap once. Clap only once, and that is when I say 5, when I count 5. Okay? So I request you all to clap once when I count 5. So, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I did not count 5. But I did not count 5. It was just 4 and the clap. Right. Children are like that. Our children are like that. We need to understand them this way. Our children are like that. They see. They see and they learn. And our society says doctors, you see, engineers. Biggest people there in the society are the doctors and engineers. And who are we? We are not the doctors. We are not the engineers. But we make the society. We are the creators. Right? So if we are somebody in the society, why do we only consider that doctors and engineers? There will be so many in the classroom. So many in the classroom who do not want to be doctors, who do not want to be engineers. They want to do something else, and gone are the days actually. Gone are the days when the traditional classroom was the only way of imparting education. Can you just imagine the years just gone by? The 2.5 years that have gone by. Education wore the gown of technology. Right? Education wore the gown of technology, and we all were standing at the doors of e-learning. How many of us actually wanted to open the door? I don't think many of us. We are not technology friendly people. We do not want to. But today if you are asked to conduct a class online, will you hesitate? No. Fraction of seconds. Here the link is created, there it is sent, and there the classroom starts. Why and how? Why and how? We did not have the choice. Right? We did not have the choice, we learned it. And now that we have learnt it, we can use it. Hands-on learning worked. If we have to be provided with a link, this is the link, send it to your class and start the classroom. we had to be very much dependent people. We are not dependent people. We are independent people now. And how is it so? We are so because we have learned the work, right? And we must understand this very well, that our children are not at all hesitant. They are adventurous people. They are so adventurous that the mobile phone that we scare to, operate, they are free with it. My niece, 5 years old. My goodness, how she handles it. Her father goes to sleep. The biometric lock is there. She will put the finger there, open the lock, open the mobile phone, reduce the volume, because anybody will wake up and catch her. Reduce the volume, switch on the YouTube. Of her choice, the videos. That other day she came and told me, Boo, I can order so many things online. I said, order? How can you order? No, I'll show you I've ordered so many things, I said, let me see. I gave her my phone, and then the Amazon or the Myntra or whatever she could do, online searches and online, fine, I was scared. I said, let me lock my phone, so otherwise people will come asking money for all the orders that you have made. Children are not scared. Children are not scared. And that children are not afraid, saying this, I don't only mean to say that they are not afraid of the technology, they are not afraid of doing things of their interest. They are not afraid of doing things that they like. Right? So here we have students in our classroom who are of varieties of skills and abilities, and we have to understand their skills and abilities to reach to them and to give them the background, the base. Anne Frank had penned down in her diary. Anne Frank said, teachers are the most unpredictable creatures. Yeah? But do you agree with that? I guess with the change that has been coming in the education sector now, teaching is the most unpredictable profession. It is the most unpredictable profession. And what we need to do is to, armor ourselves in such a way that we are able to provide our children that education, that knowledge and those skills with which they do not only turn out to be doctors or engineers, but do whatever they can to earn a living with respect in the society, leaving a positive impact on the society. It is very, very important right now. So we are into the boat which is on a stormy sea, and that storm we have to face, saving our children and also making them very much capable to face anything that comes in their life, right? So teachers are the focal figures now. There is no such older classrooms, as I already told you. Traditional classrooms. Children are sitting over there. Quantify books, children. Write down. Write down what I wrote here. No. You have to be a part of their learning now. We have to be a part of their learning. We learn each day. And so many of us will agree here that these last 2 years of the pandemic, we have not only learned from the system that our schools have provided, but from the children also. We have asked them what to do, and they told us what to do. Even when they saw us stuck somewhere, they came up and said, ma'am, not like this way. Screen sharing, ma'am, not like this way. They are capable, very much. And we have to be learners and not only teachers with a stick in hand. Gone, the days are gone. And then, we have our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, to speak something about the ABL, the activity-based learning. First we listen to him and then we go ahead.
पहली बार माता पिता की छत्र छाया के बाद माता पिता की देखभाल और घर के आराम भरे माहौल से बाहर निकलने की शुरुआत ये वो पहला पड़ाव होता है जब बच्चे अपने सेंसेस, अपनी स्किल्स को ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से समझने की शुरुआत करते हैं। इसके लिए ऐसे शिक्षकों की जरूरत है जो बच्चों को फन लर्निंग, प्लेफुल लर्निंग, एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग और डिस्कवरी बेस्ड लर्निंग का एनवायरनमेंट दें। मैं जानता हूं कि आप सोच रहे होंगे कि कोरोना के इस टाइम में ये सब कैसे होगा। ये बात सोच से ज्यादा अप्रोच की है। और वैसे भी कोरोना से बने हालात हमेशा ऐसे ही तो नहीं रहने वाले। बच्चे जैसे जैसे क्लास में आगे बढ़े उनमें ज्यादा सीखने की भावना का विकास हो, बच्चों का मन, उनका मस्तिष्क वैज्ञानिक और तार्किक तरीके से सोचना शुरू करे, उनमें मैथमेटिकल थिंकिंग और साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट विकसित हो, ये बहुत आवश्यक है।
So it is very, very important for children to have logical thinking, right? They need to understand that. So the NEP right now focuses on not how to think, but what to think. We are not supposed to tell them do this and tell them think how to do this. But we are telling them to discover on their own how can they bring out new things in that particular activity that they do. So basically fun learning or activity-based learning or discovery-based learning is the root, the base of NEP. And then the Prime Minister of ours has also given us 5 E mantras. According to the mantras here, the children have to be engaged into the activities, into the learning process. They have to be able to, or they have to be encouraged to explore whatever they learn. They have to experience it. They should be able to express whatever they have learned, and only then they will excel in the fields. In their fields, they will excel only when they have gone through these 5 mantras, E mantras of learning. The activity-based learning is defined as a setup where students actively participate in the learning experience rather than sit as passive listeners. Same thing, no more traditional classroom system according to the activity-based classroom. Thank you. By utilizing different activities in the classroom, critical thinking skills and creative skills of students are also enhanced. Let me take the example of Deepthi Madam in the morning. So many things that alphabets that were given, words that were given, bingo game, the bingo game, the bingo game. And then I'll also talk about her, how she went around while the activity was happening, right? So when we bring into the classroom the game of bingo, what was it? New words were there, meanings of the words were also there. So the children listen to the words properly, their vocab will automatically increase. You tell them learn 10 words every day, will they learn? They will not. They will avoid, they will copy from somewhere and come. You make them do the activity, they fall into it. They start liking it. The similar way as we used to play nameless animal things in our childhood. Bingo. Right? So we have to make the children understand the critical thinking ability of the child has to be developed, and that cannot happen when you tell, think critically. Who will think critically? I ask you to think critically. When you think critically, what do you understand by critical thinking? Then the question will fall. And the children, they will ask you several more questions. What do you mean? How to think about this particular thing critically? You cannot ask them to do so, but you have to create a situation where the children automatically think critically. They start doing creative things in the classroom. That is very important for us. Sir David Hossberg, he was the one to give us the activity-based learning phenomenon. It is said that it was started in the year 1944 amid the World War II, when Sir David Hossberg, an innovative British thinker and a charismatic leader, came to India and decided to settle here. He started working in the Rishi Valley School, but that was not the end of the story. After having worked in the Rishi Valley School and after his retirement, Sir opened another school. He relocated to a 7-acre site in Kolar district and opened a school named Leelbagh. Now this school had the Hossberg innovative ideas and is known for the creative teaching methods and well-planned learning materials. When we say activity-based learning, that does not at all mean that we are not going to teach them normal, regular subjects. We will be teaching them those subjects too. Along with that, we have also to include in the syllabus some more topics, like he had a diverse curriculum. He taught the children music, he taught the children carpentry, he taught them gardening, he taught them sewing, he taught them masonry, and so many of us sitting over here are so good at many of them. We do gardening in our free time, right? And children can obviously make a fortune in that field also, if they learn. So we cannot simply tell them, why are you playing with the plants? You don't dirty yourself with the soil. Don't say that. Sewing. And why not music? And so many other things. So along with the regular subjects, they can be
And once they are learning them, they will surely be able to do something that they like in their future. Okay, so the next one it is activity-based learning. The philosophy of the activity-based learning is rooted in the idea that learning is best accomplished when it is inspired by the surrounding environment and motivated by optimal learning opportunities. You know, when we give them children, when we give them children activities. I remember some 10 years back we had the other system of education. The CBSE had implemented at that time. Yeah, summative assessment and all, and at that time formative assessment was there. We also had activities in that. Yeah. And how did we actually have it? We told the children, do this, do this, do this. You know, do we actually realize that our children are overburdened with so many activities that we are giving them? Maths 1, Science 1, English 1, and the children, homework, classwork, activity, this, that, no time to go to see the face of the ground also. Playing over there is far away story. So what are we actually talking about this? It is deep-rooted, it is about the surrounding, it is about everything. What is actually about activity-based learning? If the children are not going to get time if we involve activities there, then why are we talking about it so much? It is here again that an environment which encourages fearless exploration. Now we had told the children, remember book review? Book review. You know, in the summer vacation, write the review will come. Honestly speaking, there were so many of them who might have simply, you know, taken from Google. Google Baba is the best Baba in the world. He gives all the remedies for all the problems that the children face. And why did they not read it actually? They did not like it. The ones who liked to, obviously they did. They came up and they told us, this book, miss, you know, it was so good. And some of them is, yeah, get it. Done, finished. Why? Some liked it, some did not like it. What our work is to encourage them to like things around them. We had not to be teachers if we had not liked our profession. I had not to be an English teacher, somebody over here had not to be a maths or another language teacher or a science teacher or an IP or a computer teacher. Why do we choose our subjects? Why am I an English teacher and not a maths teacher? My goodness, I cannot do maths. Sorry. So I'm not a maths teacher. I cannot be a maths teacher. My liking was maths. No, my liking was English. And because it was English, I went for it. I did it, I'm doing it, I'm making my life in it, obviously. So here it is said that we have to encourage children to explore in what they like. They are to be free to like what they like and to follow what they like. Okay. And then such an approach also helps students to express and embrace their curiosity. Once students become curious, they tend to explore and learn by themselves. Some ma'am in the morning, she was talking about having an activity in the classroom, which was like, she told the children, find out how many articles are there on the page. Find out how many ing words. Right? So if children are interested in that, they will like it and they will do it. Right? And if somebody is not interested in that, at least the child will learn because he falls into with the other peers. He falls into with the other peers. So maybe he will not excel in that particular part of the subject, but he will learn. That will be a learning experience because he sees everybody involved around. Okay, what are you checking? ing words. Okay, let me help you. Then you play with me obviously, no? If you play with me after that, then I'll help you with the ing words. Okay, come on, this is ing, this is ing, this is... The other child who was not interested in English knew how many ing words were there on the page. How is it so? Curiosity has to be, you know, and you have to, you know, like bring together what they like with what we want them to learn. That is also very important. I'm really sorry. The approach of ABL serves as a model of child-centered, child-friendly education, which is mandate of the Right to Education for Free and Compulsory Education Act in India. This approach develops self-learning skills and encourages learning to study according to their skills. Children are free to study according to their own skills. That is what we have been talking since morning. Yeah. So then this other thing by Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, everybody knows about him, right? He is a synonym for genius. But how many of us actually know that Albert Einstein did not start speaking unless he was at the age of 4? And when he started speaking, he used to repeat words. He would repeat words. His teachers told to his parents, let him pursue whatever he wants to. Let him do whatever he wants to do in life, because at the end of the day, he will not ever succeed in anything. Will he not succeed in anything? This man, he's a genius. Synonym of genius. You want to call somebody genius, call him Einstein. Right? And then about him it was said that he will not succeed in life. It is not possible. We cannot predict the future of the child. We cannot predict the future of anybody. A child who is not at all good in my subject, maybe he will excel in some other subject. He will excel in some other field, he may excel in some other skill. So we cannot call anybody, a person, a child with no ability. Albert Einstein said that everybody is a genius. Everybody actually is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. And that is what we are doing with our children, especially in the traditional classroom. Children come to us, we tell them, you cannot remember words, my dear child? What will you do in life? No? You cannot solve sums. This is such an easy topic, you see. Science. What is there? It's just a child's play. SST is so simple. Just learn the answers, finish, mug it up. Mugging up days are gone. Now no more mugging up. And seriously no more mugging up. Now children need to understand the concept. You teach them the concept, they learn the concept, and they can do their own work. They can do it very well. So we are not supposed to judge a child by his ability or her ability of how he or she is performing in my class, my subject. No. The child is far more capable. You know, there is this island, Solomon Island if I'm not wrong. There they don't cut trees. But if they want to remove a tree from the particular place, it's rainforest. They curse the trees. They curse the trees. And the trees automatically after some time they die. And they remove it. Telling the child that the child is not capable is like cursing the child. Somewhere the child will start believing that he actually cannot. Somewhere the child will actually start believing that. So even if the child doesn't excel in my subject, maybe I have to let the child understand that it's okay, fine. Try it again. Some positive lines. Just try it again, no problem. Next time. Better than next time. But when we go for these games in our fete and all, there's a basket where we pick up, after winning the game. So in the fairs, after winning the game, we have to pick a chit of what are we going to win. And the chit said, better like next time. Tell the children, better like next time, no time, no problem. You can obviously do something in your life somewhere. And then here we have the activity-based learning. Why actually do we need to include this in our curriculum? Why should we follow it? It is said that it enhances the creative aspect of experience. Obviously creativity is coming in, so we will be able to do something like we make tea, we make coffee, we make Maggi. And here though we can say so many are there, so what not. So whatever we are doing, we don't know. Remember the first time we ever made it, and now that we are making it, is it not different? It is different. We have become better. We have become better. And how did we actually become better? How did we actually become better? By practicing, by doing it. So, it enhances the creative aspect of experience. It gives reality for living. Uses all available resources. Now, child is not only restricted to the pen and paper thing. The child is able or is eligible, is allowed to use whatever he has. And whatever resources he has, he can use it, he can learn from it. Provides varied experience to students to facilitate the acquisition of knowledge, experience, skill and values. Builds the student's self-confidence and develops understanding through work. Ma'am said in the morning that the child will go running to the mother and say, I got a star. Why like that? Why will the child say so? Because the child will be happy of what he has achieved on his own. Achievement is something great. It always boosts you. It's a booster.
So the child will always be able to develop self-confidence. He gets experience, develops interest, enriches vocabulary, similarly as what ma'am said in the morning, and then provides stimulus for reading. Develops happy relationship between students and teachers and students. Happy relationship between students and teachers. Students and students. The word peer pressure is not a new word, but a known word right now. Children are much pressurized with whatever is happening in their surrounding. Basically much pressurized because of their own peers. They are scared. If I am not capable of doing something, my friends will laugh at me. A simple logic of a child falling down while walking. He doesn't bother about getting up. He bothers about how many saw him. Right? He doesn't bother about getting up. He doesn't bother how much hurt he's got. But he's bothered about how many saw and how many will say about the same thing. So that thing will reduce when children start working together. So it is said that it always makes relationships better between students and teachers and teachers and students and students. When we say teachers and students, there are so many children in our class, ma'am said in the morning, children who are introverts. The children who are introverts will never come up to you, never raise their hand to answer your questions, will never, though the child knows the answer. Then how will you be able to make the child come up to you? This is when we actually find time to go to the children. But with so much of portion and syllabus to cover, where is the time? The time is when activities are conducted. You conduct the activity like ma'am went in the morning to everyone. Each table, how can I help you? Is there a problem? That is the time when you go. And then is the time when the child realizes the teacher is approachable. And I can talk to the teacher. Quietly the child will tell me this. Because the child is conscious of being heard, of not being able. That the child will never like. Are we ready to say that we don't know? Can we accept that we don't know? When we cannot accept, how can we ask the child to be ready for that? So here it is then said, subjects of all kinds can be taught through this activity, and the social relationships provides an opportunity to mix with others. That is again the activity which is done in the group. And then when we talk about the subjects of all kinds, we will again be talking about this, integrating subjects together. As we had already talked in the morning, just now, that so many subjects and so many activities. All of them is not possible for the children. Children will be overburdened. So what to do? We can mix up the subjects, integrate the subjects and bring out activities. Integrating subjects will always be very much helpful. It is said that children learn at their own pace. Yes. And when it is an activity-based classroom, children will be able to learn by doing their own selves. But what happens in a traditional classroom? In a traditional classroom, the teacher has to come to the class with her topic. She has a mindset. I need to finish this portion today. I need to finish this chapter today. She comes, she delivers the chapter, she has to give the question answers maybe, the exercises maybe, and she leaves. Whether or not children sitting over there have understood. There are so many of them. Is everybody able to understand? Has everyone understood with my speed of teaching? Did everyone actually get to what I wanted to teach them? That is only possible when we also inculcate in the portion some activities. When activities are there, even though the child might have not understood the theory that I wanted them to understand, the practical will be understood. So activity-based classrooms again. Then we have that provision of more time and for self-directed learning and teacher-directed learning is reduced considerably. Obviously, more children will get more time to learn on their own. Group learning and mutual learning and self-learning are promoted. When group learning is there, children learn with each other, through each other. So, group learning and mutual learning. Children's participation in every step is ensured in the process of learning. Give the child the kind of thing he can do. And obviously, he will be participating, she will be participating. Now, another thing, we have just come out of our half-yearly exams. Durga Puja vacations, how many of you are checking your copies at that time? No? Difficult, no? Evaluation in an activity-based learning is inbuilt. Just like ma'am went across all the tables when they were doing the activity, the teacher is not supposed to start at a post where the child is doing the activity. Whenever the groups are working, the teacher needs to go there. Go down to the group, talk to them, listen to them. It is possible that the children might have understood the topic in a different manner and must be developing the idea in a different manner. Talk to them. Don't tell them you're wrong. Tell them do it this way. Can you think it in a different manner? Is it possible? And you can bring them back to the topic. Make them think. Make them think. And then it is also said that evaluation, because it is inbuilt, when you're going across checking your children how are they performing, you can evaluate them at that time. So you don't have to have a separate set of books and copies sitting at home in your vacations and checking them all through, right? So it is not always possible that all the half yearlies and all the annuals can be all this, but it is amalgamated, mixed up. And then rote learning is discouraged. The same thing, pen and paper learning and mugging up facts and all. It is discouraged in ABN. No, that should not happen. Let the children understand. Understanding is the biggest, highest level of learning something. And then it is said that children learn at their own pace, so that will also help them. They will be able to learn things, whatever they are doing, according to what they have, how they have performed. Here I have a video for you next. This video is in a foreign language. I hope you will be able to understand this with the captions. So kindly help yourself with the captions.
นี่คือเรื่องราวระหว่างฉันกับลูกและสับปะรดฉันไม่ได้เรียนหนังสือไม่รู้ว่าต้องพูดต้องสอนแบบไหนฉันรู้แค่ว่าต้องทำให้ดูให้เขาเห็นเป็นตัวอย่างงั้นลองไปดูที่ตลาดว่าเขาขายกันยังไงมีไหมจ๊ะเอา5 3 6 10จ้าพี่จอมนะพี่อร่อยครับพี่จอมครับจ้าพี่จอม5 3 6 10จ้าพอเห็นเขาได้สังเกตได้ลองทำเองวันนี้ฉันสบายใจแล้วที่เห็นเขาทำได้แบบนี้และมั่นใจว่าวันข้างหน้าถ้าไม่มีฉันเขาจะอยู่ได้ด้วยตัวเองแต่ฉัน
The mother says, someday when I'm not there, she will be doing well. Because the mother did not mug up things for her. Did not make her mug up things, but made her do things. And that is how the girl had learned the life skill. So learning, obviously learning by doing will always promote a life skill. Children learn as they play. More importantly, in play, children learn how to learn. And yes, the aim of education, what do you think the aim of education should be? What is the aim of education? Children know that there are subjects like English, Hindi, Math, Science. Is that C? Aim of education? Make them doctors and engineers? Aim of? Make them a good person? Life skills? Okay, there is another thing over here. I think.
हमारे मित्र अगर हमारे शिक्षक होते या हमारे शिक्षक हमारे मित्र होते तो हमारी और आपकी तस्वीर बदल जाती, क्योंकि वो स्कूल और कॉलेजेस को वो घर को भी पाठशाला बना देते हैं और जो मित्र होते हैं वो पाठशाला को घर बना देते हैं। तो वो वाली जो बात थी कि हमारा मन था वो शिक्षा होती है हमारे अपने आनंद के लिए, स्व विकास के लिए। शास्त्रों का संबंध, शिक्षा का संबंध जिंदगी के बोझ कम करने के लिए होता है, बोझ बढ़ाने के लिए नहीं होता कि हम शास्त्रों का बोझा होते हुए अपने सर के ऊपर घूमते रहें। और ज्ञान या किसी भी किस्म की जो शिक्षा होती है वो सिर्फ रोजगार का साधन नहीं है हमारे लिए, वो जीविकोपार्जन की व्यवस्था नहीं है, जीवनोपार्जन के लिए होती है। तो अगर हमारा जीवनोपार्जन बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है तो जीविकोपार्जन तो हमारे
जीवनोपार्जन, not जीविकोपार्जन, right? It is not for our livelihood, it is for our life. Education is for life and not only for living. We have to be skilled in such a way that we can live our life with values and always have a positive impact on the society. And that is only possible if I am happy. And how am I happy? If I am doing what makes me happy. And that is what the children need to do today. They need to learn to do what makes them happy and earn a living through that. And then they can have a positive impact on the society. Therefore, learning has to be very much joyful. And therefore it is said that the fact is that when the element of fun is missing from learning, the element of actual learning taking place also remains absent. It is always going to be so, because unless the children don't like what they do, unless we don't like what we do. If we don't like to sit over here, we won't learn what we are doing. What is important, right? So it is very much important to enjoy what the children are doing, and we have to find out things with which learning can be entertaining, enjoyable, joyful for our children. It is said that a body at rest tends to remain at rest. A body in motion remains in motion, and the brain usually follows. So if your body is at rest, it will be at rest when you're not interested. And the brain will also be at rest. So whatever is being imparted at that time, it will not be learned. So to be in motion, to make the children in motion, you have to include in your curriculum, include in our curriculum, such things with which the children enjoy. And they learn. Learning is the ultimate goal. But how? We have to see to that. It is then said that there are the benefits of interdisciplinary learning. As I told you that, see, about Shakespeare, when we talk about Shakespeare had written so many plays, no? We say that Shakespeare has written so many plays. But then there is a controversy about it. Shakespeare had very limited schooling. So when we say Shakespeare has written so many plays, how is it possible when the person had such a limited schooling? So amalgamation of subjects, history, English, maybe science, brought together, children can work on the project of finding out all the inventions that happened in Shakespeare's time and create them in this present time, recreate them in a new way. Let them find out how can they do it. According to all the resources that are available right now. Science activity, children can have a debate on the topic of the same thing. Like Shakespeare, if he was so limited in his schooling, how do people believe that he has written so many plays? Along with that history, so many things have happened in the history in Shakespeare's era. Find out about that, bring them. So subjects can always be brought together, amalgamated and have single projects. One project, two projects, enough, and the children will not be overburdened, they will enjoy. Moreover, we can make a group of children in such a way that all those children who are in the group are of different interests. So somebody who is very much interested in drawing and paintings and can create that. Make the file. Somebody who is very good in writing can write it. Somebody who is very good in maybe history can find out about it. So the group which is completely armed in such a way that children are all good in all these different ways. And all that group coming together, they will value each other's abilities, each other's skills, and then they will be able to do the work also. So basically the benefits of an interdisciplinary learning, it will always be increasing the critical thinking and problem solving skills of the children. It will be highly engaging, it will keep the children engaged. It will highlight the learner's strengths, the learners, whatever their strengths are, it will always highlight them. It will open the doors for students to develop interest in a variety of content areas. It will be student-centric. No more teacher-centric, no more content-centric, student-centric. And it will increase the cognitive domain, the thinking ability of the child will increase, and authentic real-life learning will happen. That real-life learning that they can implement in their life ahead, in future. The 21st century skills like integrating subjects, as I told you, we can mix up subjects and plan our activities in such a way that the children are not overburdened and they can always get to learn more. That is what we call cross-curricular lessons. We can make connections of subjects. We can let the children use technology. Obviously not to Google things from them, but to find out things from them and create the things in their own way. Hands-on learning, obviously, that is also a 21st century skill. When children practice doing what they are doing, when they do things, they will learn it better. It has to be student-centric, as I said. It is again said that memorizing things is the lowest form of intelligence. The highest form of intelligence is to be able to analyze, evaluate, and further create on your own, on their own. So we have to make the children be able to create with whatever they learn. Therefore, it has to be a student-centric thing. Collaboration, many of our children, they don't like to work in team. So when we ask them to do things in teamwork, forming groups like that, they will always be able to work in teams, respect each other, and work along with each other, take each other with them as they move ahead. And then creativity, we must allow them to take risks. We must always show them another way to do it. Let them think out of the box, experiment, be different, try something new. This is what we have to make the children understand and make the children do it also. We must not stop their growth by saying that they can't. Similarly, as I said just before, we are not supposed to stop their growth by saying that they can't. We have to make them understand that they can. Maybe not the way I think it should be, but in another way. But obviously they can. They can. Role of educators. Obviously when we say group activities and it will be very noisy, the class will make noise and all those, and how will we handle the noise and all that. So it is said that we must set always some ground rules. When we start an activity, talk to the children. Tell them the activity and ask them what do they want, the outcome of the activity, what should it be. Ask them their points, put in that your points, make a set of rules that have to be followed throughout the activity, and keep on bringing their attention towards the rules that they themselves have created. Because you said that you will not make noise, and then you said that you have to get this very thing out of the activity. Look, no noise. And then, turn your class into dynamic, interactive and fruitful learning experience designed in-class exercises. You have to design exercises in such a way that it is inside the classroom with the curriculum that we are following, with the topics that are there, where we want them to learn. Added variety to accommodate different learning styles. So different learning styles are there, as I said. Some are visual, some are spatial, and some are kinesthetic, right? So different learning styles they have. So we have to create such activities. We have to think of such activities which will always support their learning style. Suppose students during group activity, as it is already said, that they might be going in a different direction. Bring them back, ask them questions. And then, prompt deeper thinking by giving hints and questions. You can always prompt deeper thinking. Ask them questions. Drop a hint. Help quiet the students to build confidence. Talk to them. You know who is the child quiet in your class and who will not talk. You can go to them. You can talk to them. And then prepare yourself by debriefing before. Before you start an activity, be prepared. Arm yourself in such a way that anything they ask you, you have the answer. And then encourage participation, let them participate, ask them to participate, encourage them to participate, tell them they can, even if they make a mistake. It's okay, fine, but you should come. Stay positive and encouraging about students' responses. Never tell them that they are wrong. Always be positive and always keep encouraging them. And this is why we say that teachers, they say, our work is the most difficult work. Because we are not teaching only one kind of student, but we are teaching a variety. And our aim is to reach to every variety. And to give to them and make them do what we want from them. Therefore, our work is the most important work in the society. Who is the most important?
I think the captain is the most important. I think Dr. Amit Sharma.
Maybe the judge.
He stays at the border all the time so that we can spend time with our family. He makes sure our safety is his first priority.
So the upholding the Constitution of India is a very, very big thing. Such a difficult job just to do.
There's a COVID situation and Sahodaya with it. Everyone was locked up in the house. But doctors and the entire medical fraternity was right there. They were trying to save us. I think Smitaji.
Maybe her?
She's the one.
बाकी सबका तो मतलब मुझे पता ना कि ये डॉक्टर हैं, जज हैं, बट ये मैम क्या करते हैं?
क्योंकि उनके नाम के आगे कोई टाइटल नहीं है, and honestly I don't really know who she is and what she does.
मेरा नाम स्मिता पटेल है, मैं एक स्कूल टीचर हूँ और ये तीनों मेरे स्टूडेंट्स हैं।
I'm so sorry, ma'am.
नहीं, I mean मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत important है actually.
टीचर की मूवी तो फिर कोई कुछ बन ही नहीं सकता. It is a very selfless job.
It's a noble profession और they're creating geniuses, but she's kind of shaping the future of the country.
TR for teachers. Teachers नहीं होंगे तो कोई कुछ बन ही नहीं सकता. We are shaping the society. So next time when you see a student in your class who doesn't listen to you, a student in your class who's not at all responding, remember, we are the motivation. And whatever may come, we will always be able to change the society and create geniuses. In and around, only if we remember that we are the teachers. The noblest profession, big-hearted people, right? So, motivation is very important. We have to remain motivated through our profession, our journey in our profession, and we have to keep motivating our children, because the truth is that no matter how excellent an instructional teaching program is, learning will be no greater than the student's level of motivation. Learning will not be as much as the child will be motivated, only that much motivation. And only that much learning will happen. So if you actually want your child to learn, motivate your child and be motivated yourself. Remember, we are the teachers. We are the noblest profession. Right? So, children are not things to be molded, but people to be unfolded. They themselves are so skillful. We just have to unfold them. Those packages are full of treasure. Just unfold those packages. So, never tell people how to do things, tell them what to do, and they will surprise you with their ingenuity. Tell them what to do. And I would just conclude by saying this, that I want this in my classrooms, I want this for my children. I want them to learn. Mirror, mirror on the wall. I'll always get up after I fall. Whether I run, walk or have to crawl, I'll set my goals and achieve them all. This is what we need to learn, we need to make our children learn. So, I don't want my children to follow my footsteps. I want them to take the path next to me and go further. Further than I could have ever dreamt possible. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for explaining everything so well. I am Kumar Brendan. I would like to know which class will you teach in the school?
9 onwards.
Okay. How many activities you do in a session for your classes? Activity regional.
Okay, I will not actually count the activities on my finger, but there are certain things which I can tell you. Like when we have, I go to class 9, when I go to class 9, my children carry, because I'm an English teacher, my children carry with them a thin notebook. In that notebook, whenever I feel like when the children are like, just we came back to the session, like after the break, after the lunch break, I ask them to take out a copy. I give them some words, random words, to write.
Okay. Because I appreciate everything you said, and even we all want to implement all these things. These are very positive things. But actually we are concerned about the implementation part. That's why I asked you.
Completely understand that, sir.
Yeah.
And
how much support, to what extent your school principal, management, everybody supports that? To what extent?
So, one very important thing which I feel is, as teachers, not only as teachers but as human beings, if we are planned, if we know what, when and how, obviously we cannot stick to that. It is not possible, but we can try. And if we have planned it well, our lessons, we will get ample time to do our things. And now also we see, last few years, CBSE has cut short the syllabus so much. 11 now, English is so less. By this time we are almost done with the portion. So we have ample time, sir. If we are planned. And my school supports me to the fullest.
No, I understand that, but but it should be support from everybody.
Yeah,
even the school principals should understand this, management, everybody, because when you do activities, and there will be chaos also at times. And at that time, your principal is passing, and then he will say, "Hey, what are you doing?" Right? So you need
that doesn't happen with us.
No, but this is the thing, It's we all keep talking about this.
Yeah.
I am listening it since
a long time.
Long time. And in fact, I am also very positive. I do many things in my class. Right? I do make my class interesting. I try my best. But we all should be trying to make it really in such a manner that it can be implemented, Everybody. All the stakeholders has to participate. It's not only the honors should not be only on the teachers.
That's right.
Only we can't do everything.
That's right.
Even the management, principal, everybody has to understand.
Right. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Thank you very much for the patient listening, especially after the post-lunch session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that interactive session. Especially the last video really moved us. Yeah, giving a code for the teachers. That's really wonderful. Well, we move into the last session for the day. The source person is Mr. Mohan Kumar Mishra, PGT, IP, from the Pentecostal Assembly School, with a teaching experience of around 27 years. He has done his BSc Honours in Geology. In his additional responsibilities, he was the CBSE observer for AI EEE and Term 2 examination Center Superintendent of JPSC exam and CBSE Head Examiner for IT and IP both. He is conferred with the Best Teacher Award from the Rotary Club Chas, Science Olympiad Foundation and from Sahodaya School Complex, Bokaro. He has also received an appreciation certificate from the DC Bokaro, and we have with us for his presentation on the topic Digital Learning and Management. Sir, please.
Pentecostal School, Bokaro, and I am just going to discuss about digital learning and management. And let us see some introduction that we have in our presentation. Evolution of education technology, types of learning, learning models, and learning tools, as well as benefits of digital learning. As we know, digital learning is a type of learning that supports digital technology and instructional practice while making effective use of digital technology. Okay, so before we go in details, I would like to share a link. All of you please try and write few words related to the digital technology. Okay, I have shared one link, so all of you can just go through the link. I hope all of you have the link. Mentimeter link is shared to you. Yeah. Google Form send. Okay, just I'm sharing the other one. Yeah. I hope now it is shared correctly. You have to write 3 words related to the digital learning. Here we have the words coming: entertainment, internet, online class, a laptop, chalk and duster obviously not coming, digital learning. Smartphone. Also obviously needed by digital learning or any type of learning. We have received so many words, that is, we know about the digital learning, and in these 2 years, all of us very well equipped with the digital learning. Okay. One more link I'm sharing, and please go through that. All of us are aware about the internet, and that is the real source of online learning or digital learning or web-based learning, you can say. Okay. Smart board and all that has come. So thank you all of you for participation. As we leave, there is too much information for anyone to handle, and that information becomes obsolete very quickly. So we live in the digital age, a period in human history characterized by a shift from industrial production to information and computerization, changing significantly business and social interactions. Okay. Evolution of education technology. We are from, you can say, so many evaluation that we have till now. Early days we are using envelopes to post and get the latest. Nowadays we are using email, using the internet. Obviously we have moved from chalk and board to digital whiteboard, you can say. We are accessing an instant information, and that has become an essential part of our personal and professional lives. This also means that for providing deeper learning to students, teaching must be transformed and adapted to modern times. Okay, and all of us know that we are in digital era now, where information is only the valuable part. Most of our activities depend on technological information and communication, from social activities to business to politics, and of course the cover I am going to this is about the digital learning. Let us see. It is a relative permanent change in the person's knowledge or behavior due to experience. All of you heard, experience is nothing. Many times we get this saying. Acquiring knowledge and skills and having them readily available from memory so you can make sense of future problems and opportunities. In digital learning, it refers to the process of learning with the help of digital content, platforms or facilitators. The evolve of learning increase use of digital components more as more content becomes available. Pedagogy has also evolved. Many teachers use digital sources as an integral part of teaching, and obviously we are the computer department people, so we are using this in abundance, you can say. There is an infinite content nowadays available on internet, so we have to provide a guide how to use the content. Okay, as abundance of information, there is a fake news, and fake information in general consists of deliberating disinformation via traditional or online media, often using sensationalist, dishonest or outright fabricated headlines to increase readership. Fake news are sometimes to beware when using the internet to get information. Recently we have got a new CBSE exam time, 2023, it starts from 15th February, but it is not the real one. Correct handling of the digital information, as we have seen over this presentation, learning requires disposition to acquire new knowledge and skills that can be useful in the future. Okay, we have learn, unlearn and relearn. Nowadays we are following this process. Before all technological advances happening, it was very difficult to get significant information on any topic. Now in the digital age, it is quite different. Okay. In learning models, industrial age to digital age we are now, and I have to think whether it is effective, are learners ready, or new learning model are needed. Traditional and e-learning approach, classroom content and personalization. So we can have the traditional mode and e-learning mode. In physical classroom we have limited size and it is synchronous, but e-learning mode we have unlimited as well as anytime and anywhere. That is users space time they can use and learn. Content based we have presentation, we have library, video and collaborations. Here we have a digital library on demand, anytime, anywhere you can access, synchronous as well as asynchronous communication. And here it is learning path and pace determined by the learner. We have seen the evolution, blackboard to OSP, TVs, and now we are using whiteboard. In this 2-year pandemic, we have used so many online modes. Early days we have the popular software for video conferencing is Skype. Now we are using in Zoom, Google Classroom. We have Microsoft Teams and CBSE uses this WebEx platform for training. We have used so many gadgets while we have in our classroom, like GeoGebra, generally for mathematics, to draw any figure easily. Padlets, Mentimeter, just now we have the demo of that Mentimeter. Jamboard, we have Google Draw, Auto Draw you can say. All of you are very good in drawing, may not. So we can use this Auto Draw that helps you to draw any figure. A small example that I am showing now. Okay. It's just like paint software that when beginners we are providing this MS Paint to draw figures, shapes and drawing. So here also we have the same. We can choose pen or you can write the text. So if you start drawing, only shapes are there, that default shape you can draw. And that is free of cost, that is the Google Auto Draw. You can use the data and you can draw. Okay, another tools that we have, that is Google, that is used to explain or do the branching of any topic that you can have. Just see one example. Okay, as we have discussed that we have so many digital learning modes that we can use, and we are using right now mobile online communications, mobile learning. In pandemic we have used this mobile learning. We have social media we can use. We have presentation, digital library we have discussed, and so many books are there, you can access anytime, anywhere. The uses of this digital technology before COVID, online video, we have 46%, after COVID or during COVID, there is an increase, almost double you can say, so many PowerPoints. Okay, Google Drive uses increased, online curriculum almost 4 times, online textbook you can say there is an increase of 5 times, and game-based environment before COVID we have 25% and after COVID we have 19%. So there is a huge changes, online and virtual as well as blended learning that we have. In communications and engagement, we have given so many holidays and classworks to students for engaging them, online mode also. Traditional as well as emerging tools. We have traditional tools, face-to-face meeting, personal and phone calls, personal emails, hard copy, school website and so on. That way we can communicate to the parents. But in now emerging tools are there, we can share the information through the school portal, or even mobile apps are there to give the information to them. Okay. Why it is important to you? Okay. So students, they have survey based on online digital learning. They are using technology to increase the engagement in learning. Okay. As well as teachers are important while they are doing online learning. In new opportunities, digital learning approaches, and new ways to improve your staff. Now, digital solutions that we have: school-wide internet, digital games, online textbooks, freedom for students to use their own mobile device at school. Obviously, we are not allowing students. Schools provide mobile device. Yeah, we have that much development we need. Online classes. Obviously, we have. Okay, so we have e-learning tools as we discussed. Email also we have used during pandemic to send the information as well as assignments to the students. as well as communicated with their parents. Students can submit their assignment in Google Classroom or even in Team. Their paperless environment we have created and efficient and cost effective. Using chat also we have synchronous communication. Simultaneously students can ask the question and answers. Communication with the students' parents as well as more participation, collaborative learning. Next, online forum also we have. There we can have the discussion groups. Students can post their comments, can encourage community participation as well as feedback from diverse culture. Web-based learning, wide range of materials available there. Teachers will need to narrow down. It is resource-centered, sharing of resources as well as so many media that we have shared, based audio simultaneously, summation and multimedia. Video conferencing, different tools that we have used in pandemic. That is learning management system tool that we have accessed during pandemic and we have used very nicely, and so many features are there that we can use. Teaching and learning is one-to-one, more interactivity, learner-centered and learner monitoring and grading system also. Now we move to the benefits. That is convenient, self-service, on-demand, private learning, self-paced as well as flexibility is there. Cost-effective, virtual learning environment creates no classroom needed there. Share relations among schools. We have exchanged so many information, reduced material cost as well as accommodation costs. Consistent central control of content. In one server we have the information we share to many people. Same quality of content for all, as well as many times they can access the same content and they can go with their own pace. Same quality of education for all. Media rich, easier to understand and more engaging, repeatable as many times as you like, easier to monitor progress, less administrative work needed, can be more precise. Okay, now comes where to start. In traditional mode we have pen and paper, personal presentation as well as so many method that we can have in traditional mode. Beginning, we can have so many software like presentation software we are using right now, PowerPoint. We have Publisher. We can use creative writing as well as we can use so many devices. Evolving, it is ICT, interactive communication technology, formally taught every students manage to school internet. Students and teachers use a wide range of CDs that is available, and can we have the web pages also. Consolidating, school's website is current and reflects school culture. School website has educational value and students and the wider community. Students can use multimedia. In advance, teachers use the internet to display and initiate learning. Now we have AV room, audiovisual room where you can engage them. E-learning and digital classroom. Now moving in brief, interactive communication technology helps to simulate, motivate and engage learners. It increases achievements, enable better understanding, cultivate improved communication, have a positive impact on workload, quick access to information, easy availability of updated data, connecting geographically dispersed regions, catering to the individual differences, wide range of communication media, and wider range opportunities for people. ICT and e-learning offers opportunity to raise educational standards in school. Large range of ICT tools are available for teaching and learning, closes the gap of digital divide. Involvement of teachers and parents is important. Schools will need funding, access and training that we are doing right now. So this is the conclusion, and I hope we have I would like to edit a small group video. Teamwork. So this is the end of my presentation, and we are a team of Sahodaya, and I would like to thank all the audience and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present.
साइड लगाते हैं। हो जा रहा है।
have to change ourselves, that is our dignity. Otherwise, teaching learning process that is going on in conventionally in the school, that will be shifted online. So there is a big challenge to us. We have to build the capacity to teach them and share the knowledge to the school. So all the principals, they have participated in the pedagogical leadership in the online mode and in Bokaro also in the offline mode. So we have to take the challenge slowly. One part we will take. What is the need for the teachers to the school? Now that is the challenge. Request to Sahodaya Secretary, Madam, you try to build some sessions literally. In future, the thrust should be on how to engage the students and how to motivate the students towards regular classrooms. Okay, what should be done by the school management or teachers so that the students will give preference to the classroom attendance rather than the online or watching the videos or bunking the classes or looking for the schools where the fiducial attendance is being given. Means they somehow manage the attendance, allow the children to stay away from the school. But the whole purpose shows that okay, and the students are there. Even if okay, I don't have to take them. Some schools are there, but you see the result of different schools, I find 550 students are there. And when you enter, hardly 5 or 6 sections are there. So, this is a great challenge for our professionals, our future also, our livelihood also, and our overall personnel. Passionately, if you have come into this profession, definitely you will learn it someday. Students are not there, who is management going to return without the students? So it's a sincere request to give some sessions specially how to retain the students, how to imbibe the thoughts among the parents that the classroom teaching is the best, there is no substitute for it. Thank you everybody for your today's long duration sessions in morning and evening. And thank you organizers on behalf of class management that you have considered our school as a venue, and principal and the team since throughout the day they are busy. And thank you everybody for your cooperation. And in time to come, I am telling ma'am actually that कोई function है ले कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई भी doing that, जो कुछ कोई नहीं करेगा हम कर देंगे. Thank you very much.
So once again, a very good evening to each and every one of you, and the dignitaries here right in front. Yeah, we are here at the end of this such beautiful and a successful day, I would say. It was so wonderful to see the participants. In fact, you are the foundation stone of the society, and on which we built the various types of schools, the schools of learning. And this was the day when we had this a joyful learning, as we already heard in the morning. And I was so touched seeing all the participants being so receptive and collaborative. I also found you interactive during the sessions. It was really a happy moment for all of us, principals, seeing teachers of various schools coming together for the purpose of sharing, learning, with a vision, with a motto that you have to go back and share this knowledge with many of your colleagues. And I also compliment and appreciate my big thanks and congratulations on behalf of the executive members of R.K. Sahodaya Bokaro School Complex, to all the resource persons of the day. Yes, I feel so glad to call you, 5 of you today, as resource persons. Because if just like George Eliot would say, in my end is my beginning. So this is the beginning here, which has started today. The offline training, a session of learning, relearning from one another. So here I come to express my gratitude and appreciation towards our President, Sree Ayyappa. You know that he is also a principal of DPS Bokaro, and sir, so he couldn't make himself present during the day, but we know he has been always cooperative, and he always appreciates the new ways, the new ideas we come up with, and then he cooperates, he encourages to go ahead with. He is there at the back of us. So we need such pillars who stand by us. I also would express my thanks and appreciation for our General Secretary, sir, Sree Vishwajit Patkar, sir, who is also Principal of ARS Public School. Sir is, most of the time he makes himself present among us, and he makes us feel that yes, I'm there to support you, and he's really hardworking. All the documentation, so with minute detail of the Sahodaya, R.K. Sahodaya Bokaro has been kept by him, and he also comes up with very collaborative and cooperative ideas. And we come up with such things to make our learning, the platform of imparting education together, we are able to make effective because of them. Yes, we cannot forget the effort of Father Regency Warriors. He is treasurer of our R.K. Sahodaya Bokaro School Complex, and moreover, he is also shouldering the responsibility of CBSE by accepting the responsibility of being district training coordinator. Sir is really so magnanimous and so generous in contributing his time, his talents, and his potentiality in upbringing of our groups of schools, CBSE schools here in Bokaro. I also appreciate the cooperation and presence of Dr. Karuna Prasad, our Cultural Secretary and Principal of the Pentecostal Assembly School. Along with, we also had the presence of and the blessings of Sree Chakravarti sir. He is the Vice President of our Bokaro Sahodaya, and with his blessings, I believe the day was really a successful one. And many principals would have liked to attend this program, training sessions with you all dear participants and the resource persons, but due to their busy schedule, they couldn't be. But we remember and we are thankful to each and every one of them present here and not present here for their direct and indirect support and cooperation in bringing up the R.K. Sahodaya School Bokaro complex and taking up the flag of our R.K. Sahodaya School Bokaro complex high. Nevertheless, we cannot forget the big heart of our director sir present here from morning with us, and he has really taken pain to provide us this venue in spite of the busy schedule of the place here. I came to know, and sir was so relaxed, fully walking around, attending our needs. So thank you so much, sir, for your big heart, warm welcome, and all the facilities that we have enjoyed during the day. Yes, Shalajaram, without your one yes, this program wouldn't have been a successful one in such a comfortable place. So we just gave her a call and just fraction of second, without thinking anything, she just said, yes, I am ready to host. No back and front. She was just ready. And Father Reggie and myself, we are really thankful to you, Shalagaman, for having such magnanimous heart, a warm heart, where all can feel welcome and comfortable in your presence. Thank you, ma'am, for taking so much pain, for arranging for the whole day sessions. Not only the session, there were a lot of coffees and chai and something we got enough to eat also, so we are healthy and energetic, and we are able to smile, and I think many of us may like to stay on for another hour also. So thank you so much, dear Sanaja ma'am. I wouldn't forget two of our STMC who are present here today. They have been supporting the technical, whatever the technically to be handled. Amit sir, STMC of MGM Bokaro, Senior Secretary Bokaro. Not only today, but Amit has been working in so many days in preparation for this training session. So all the software work was done by him, and today also he is full-time present. I think those of you have not seen him, kindly stand up, Amit, so that they can see you. So maybe we can give him a big applause. He has done a great job. So thank you, Mr. Amit. And I also thank you, Mr. Sanjay Senapati sir, STMC Bokaro. You may also kindly stand up and show yourself for those of you who have not seen him. So he was here in support of Mr. Amit, and the cooperation of both of them, everything went well. We were able to present our because we had prepared training smoothly. Last but not the least, we have a young boy here in front of us making videos. He is also one of my staff. So he is here today during the whole day. Yeah, not whole day, but at least 3/4 of part of the day. He was doing the videography. So thank you, Mr. Thomas, for giving your time and energy for making this session a successful one, and moreover, he helped us to keep the recording properly. So that was amazing. Now I don't forget all of you, our dear and respected teachers of Sree Ayyappa School, who were always at our service during the day. At every moment we found you around us. So there was no problem, no difficulty in finding out our needs. You were around us, and also our coordinator ma'am Vidya. Yeah, we appreciate your good voice and the beautiful language with which you coordinated the whole program. Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations to you. There may be many more behind the curtain. I am leaving just because I do not know your names. I can see some faces around. So a big thanks to each and every one of you, all the staff and the management of Sree Ayyappa Public School. So once again, thanks to Director Sir, and thanks to all the executive members of our Sahodaya School Complex. Thank you so much. Let us continue to be a student, a learner. We can be an effective teacher, an effective resource person until and unless we keep learning. So let us continue to be a learner, and so that we are able to share and take this flag of our R.K. Sahodaya Schools, Bokaro, to the heights. So thank you, one and all. Have a happy weekend.
कृपया भारतीय सांकेतिक भाषा में भारतीय राष्ट्रगान गाएं। आपसे निवेदन है कि कृपया भारतीय सांकेतिक भाषा में भारतीय राष्ट्रगान के लिए अमिताभ बच्चन और चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटीज के साथ खड़े हो जाएं। पृष्ठभूमि में लाल कलर है। स्क्रीन पर 3 जेट विमानों का धुआं नीले आकाश में भारतीय तिरंगे झंडे से प्रतीत हो रहा है।